And good morning, everybody. I hope everybody can hear me. I'm Rick Northey. I'm the president of the Wild Rose Independence Party of Alberta. It's my duty to be the chairperson of this AGM and welcome you all here. I'd also like to extend my thanks to everybody who put in all the hard work on the AGM committee. Kathy Flett, Paul Gullickson, Zuzana, also our technical guy who's helping us is David Strong. So because we're doing this online and we're kind of learning as we're going, I ask for everybody to be patient with our technical glitches, and I have to do some explanation about how COVID has kind of changed the normal rules of Robert's Order. So we don't really have a lot of interaction with the members that are in the audience because we farmed out our voting system to Election Buddy to make sure that everything's a secret ballot and everything's fair. We don't have the ability really to entertain motions from the floor or any of the other stuff you might be familiar with at a Wild Rose AGM. And for that, I apologize. We will be accepting feedback from the members on how we can improve this in the future, because we're hoping to have 2, maybe 3 more conventions this coming year, and hopefully we can improve as we go. If anybody was trying to get a hold of me last night, I did turn my phone off so I could get some sleep. It was ringing off the hook. And with that introduction, I'm going to call the meeting to order. It is 9:01 a.m. Okay, we have an agenda. We tried to send the agenda out. I apologize for the lateness of that. We were arguing over it until last night, essentially. So our first speaker is going to be Dwayne Hill, if he's ready. Oh, apparently I froze up. So this is the agenda that we're going to be operating under. Normally this would be put out for a vote and accepted, but again, we're not really set up for that. So our first speaker will be Dwayne Hill, then President's report, CFO report. Then we'll have a vote for our provincial directors. Then we'll vote for our regional directors. Then we're asking the members to accept their bylaws, policy. There's been a motion presented from the Policy and Governance Committee that we strike a leadership selection committee. And then we break for lunch. Then we're lucky to have former Finance Minister Lloyd Snellgrove, Dr. Dennis Modry, as our VP of Policy and Governance, has a presentation. Then we'll announce our results. Paul Hinman will give our keynote closing address, and then it'll be back to me to sign off for the day. So, and apologies to Lloyd for spelling his name wrong. Are we ready to go to Dwayne to be our first speaker? I believe Dwayne is going to talk about the history of the independence movement and some of the things that went into the formation of the FCP, which was the precursor to our current party. So
I'm right here. I'm ready to roll.
Okay, Dwayne, I can hear you.
Okay. If I could, I'd like to thank everybody here this morning. Can you hear me okay in the back? Just kidding. My name is Dwayne Hill, and I've been involved in the separatist movement since the mid-90s. My involvement escalated, of course, in 2015 with the federal government being reassigned to far left liberalism and Justin Trudeau being sworn into office, in effect, putting Alberta at complete risk. My words today are in conjunction with Glenn Dundas, who has been involved in the separatist movement since the early 1980s with a group of people who started the Separation Party of Alberta when they saw the need more than 40 years ago. That party was enthusiastic, and we've learned a lot in the last 40 years. We'd like to acknowledge the contributions of Bruce Hutton, Donna Ferroli, and the 12 people that originally ran for office in 2004. There have been numerous board members and support people that have, over the years, contributed to bring our movement to this point. We wish to acknowledge and thank them all. There's a huge place in my heart for Glenn Dundas, who entrusted his Alberta First Party to Bob Lafergie. The work Bob did to establish the Western Freedom Party, from that, the Freedom Conservative Party, and here we are today. This has been a huge undertaking to keep this party moving forward. Please note that we do this all for the people of Alberta, their children and grandchildren, and beyond. After the national energy policy of 1981, many Albertans really began to wake up and take notice. Imagine if Ottawa again brought in another national energy policy in 2019, a policy that directly affected Alberta, and Alberta had no say at all. Imagine sitting at home watching the election results, showing Albertans' total rejection of federal Liberal policy and having the final count show we are powerless to stop it. The election is determined by the time the polls close at the western border of Ontario. With the lack of ability to have representation in the federal parliament, we recognize the danger that we in Alberta have no protection from whatever they decide for us. Even in Alberta that supports a conservative government, example, the Harper government, we truly did not have any protection from a government that must pander to the eastern provinces to salvage conservative votes. Recognizing dangers to the province of Alberta, we now have reclaimed our Alberta name Wild Rose, evolving the current name, the Wild Rose Independence Party of Alberta. To date, we in Alberta have not yet come to our own, but now the political climate is at a perfect storm for Alberta to succeed in becoming the master of our own province and, in fact, our own lives. Today, we'd like to address a few fundamental items that will support the initial concept of the separation of our great province from a country that has proven to despise, abuse, and ignore the contributions we have made to this confederation. With complete lack of respect and consideration for Alberta, our federal government is being seen as the ultimate authority on both economic and environmental issues. This same federal government has openly shown hypocrisy and contempt in both word and action. Based on past behaviors, this federal government has lost all credibility in both economic and environmental situations. The solution is not now, nor has it been and will never be the imposition of a carbon tax of any denomination. The federal government, rather than implementing ideas to reduce emissions, has actually forced the use of more fossil fuels. Forcing more fossil fuel consumption with an additional tax for Albertans to pay is no accident, I assure you. Furthermore, Jason Kenney either does not understand this, does not care about, and is complicit with, or is simply on side with the federal government. Jason Kenney has certainly shown his federalist side to Albertans. As promises of voter recall and citizens' initiatives are left unfulfilled, we are now subject instead to the loss of our personal freedoms, the erosion of even fundamental presumption of innocence, to attacks on our own personal ownership of firearms. This is one rather large example of government hypocrisy on both economic and environmental platforms. The abandonment of many of our railroad branch lines to rural Canada has mandated additional costs to transport commerce, putting hundreds of thousands of trucks onto our highways to transport goods formerly moved by rail. This was done by the federal government and its own crown corporation, CN Rail, at a time when environmental community was well into emissions issues and demanding that the federal government fix it. This was economically a nightmare at 13 times the cost, and environmentally a disaster with huge increases of fossil fuel use and emissions. Further to this train of thought, with proposed increases and additional fuel penalties and taxes, Alberta's industries and commerce will be finished. There will be nothing left. There may be some rebates to companies. The government may choose to tax away $1,000 and give back a small percentage. But as always, any tax being demanded of business simply gets passed on to the consumer, and they always pay. We know that the carbon tax does nothing for the environment, and there is zero accountability to the distribution of the monies collected. There are no numbers to back up the success of a carbon tax. We need to restructure the transportation system to reduce the carbon emissions, reduce the cost of goods to we, the consumer, and reduce the cost of transportation. Just a short commentary on our currency in Canada. And exporting Western Canada suffers from a lower currency value, while the Eastern Industrial Bloc benefits from a devalued dollar. With this conflict, the federal government tends to side with the eastern provinces, with no concern for Alberta. Currency inequality is a definite concern within Confederation. Alberta needs control of our own finances. We already have financial institutions in place in Alberta in the form of the Alberta Treasury Branch and Alberta credit unions. Right now, our currency problem is in trying to compete with Eastern Canada on a very uneven playing field. The federal government's actions have destroyed Western industrial interests and their services. With the devastation of so many businesses, large and small, an entire generation has now watched as their family members and friends have lost all. In order to revive the entrepreneurial spirit of Alberta, we need to lead by example and facilitate with support. Now, just a brief commentary on equalization. Please understand that equalization started over 60 years ago. As federal governments imposed duties and tariffs, all provinces were forced to support Ontario and Quebec because the majority of commerce was designated to go through those eastern provinces. This forced all to buy Canadian to guarantee financial viability to those industrial provinces. Those duties and tariffs were to protect Eastern Canada and establish what I consider to be the primary equalization scheme. Alberta deserves to take back our own authority and control of the 49th parallel. Tariffs and duties, tariffs, fees, and trade agreements circumvent the law of supply and demand, and their use should be under Alberta's control and in the best interests of Albertans. Alberta can decide to stop buying only Canadian and start buying from where we choose. Alberta is more than capable to restructure our own trade deals, ones that will provide the best benefit for Albertans. By the way, unemployment insurance and the Canada pension are also equalization programs by a federal government. Because of Alberta's success, each provide additional transfer of wealth to the federal government, as Albertans are forced to contribute significantly more through both these programs than we receive. We in Western Canada still pay the railroad to ship our agricultural goods to support Eastern processors, while being denied value-added processing development in the West, or even being able to import from competing trade partners such as the United States. Do we transfer wealth to Eastern Canada? Let me count the ways. And these are but a few of the reasons why there are 7 million people in Toronto and 1 million people in the entire province of Saskatchewan. In closing, I will give you these thoughts to reflect on. The only proper purpose of a government is to provide individual rights, provide police to protect you from criminals, to provide an army to protect you from foreign invaders, and to provide courts to protect your property and contracts from breach and fraud. It's time for Albertans to stand united and to do what is in the best interests of us as a province. Thank you. And I'll now hand it back to Rick.
Thanks very much, Dwayne, for that. That's a good look back at the roots of the party. The current party is not necessarily a separatist party. We're pro-independence, but our roots definitely come from that direction. So thank you for your past participation and keeping the torch burning as we look to move forward to the next phase. So I believe the next item on the agenda is President's Report. So given that, I guess I'll start right in. Just in case anybody's wondering, I am actually wearing pants. So I'll just get that question out of the way right now. But seriously, there has been amazing growth in the party. We have about 460 active participants, I think, that registered for this AGM once we got our list narrowed down with bad emails and the rest of it. We have about 6,500 members, which is our highest total ever. And December was our best fundraising month ever, actually quite by far. We can thank Justin Trudeau and Jason Kenney, I think, a lot for that. We have 19 CAs functioning, and we have all 87 registered on paper. We can thank Wes Caldwell, who is our CA Development Chair, for this work, and also Bob LaFlurgy. So in December of last year, we were about 8 or 9 people sitting around the table. We called ourselves the FCP. We had about 200 members. We weren't sure what we were doing or where we were going. So at that time, Bill Jones was the president, and he came up with a plan that I've been fortunate enough to continue on with. We decided that our goal as a party, as lofty as it seemed at the time, was to form a government and advance the principle of Alberta independence. So we decided that every decision that we make as a board or the president of the party would have to fit into this framework. So as such, we decided to pursue a merger with Wexit. At first, we had Kathy Flett, Paul Gullickson, and her friends came over, and that was a big step forward to the overall merger. The negotiations took a long time. There was a lot of back and forth, a lot of people involved. It wasn't easy. There was some suspicion on both sides. Jenny Walker was instrumental in that. When I became president, we spent a lot of hours on the phone trying to figure out how to get it done. When things got to an impasse, Derek Fildebrandt helped kind of broker things and bounce ideas back and forth. But we did get it done, and it was presented to the members as a constitutional vote, and it did pass with 95%. So this is the new party that we've had since June. The first item of business that we had to do was find an interim leader, and this was actually surprisingly difficult. Not only were we a new party with very few members and no money, but there was also significant interest in the background that we're trying to keep anybody of significance from coming forward to be the interim leader. Eventually, after some pursuit, we were able to get Paul Hinman's interest and willingness to come on board, and Jenny Walker again was a big part of this. He wasn't worried about the pressures of becoming leader and what might happen from the powers that be. So I think it really worked out for the best. After a difficult process, I think we really came up with a good interim leader, and I think he's served us well. So how this fits into the plan is essentially FCP had party status. Wexit had a lot of members. Wexit didn't have party status, but they wanted it. They ran into a wall with COVID and having trouble getting signatures. And Todd Wayne talks about this quite a bit. And he's right. They were actually close to getting their own party status and then competing with us. So we were able to come together on that. The third element that we needed was leadership. And this is where Paul Hinman comes in. So once we checked off those 3 boxes as part of what I call the Bill Jones plan, we could move forward with our goal of growing the party, building CAs, forming policy, forming constitution. And that's what we've been doing for the rest of the year. So Paul handles communications, the board and myself, we work on building CAs, crafting the policy framework, crafting the constitution, of which you see the fruits of which here today, and we're asking you to vote on and accept. So COVID has really slowed us down, but it hasn't stopped us, because there seems to be a groundswell of people that want to come forward and participate, and they're willing to put up with these hiccups and do things online. And, these AGMs where we can't have full interaction with our members like we're supposed to. So our plans for next year going forward, we're not sure, because we don't know how long COVID's going to last. We want to have a full constitutional convention. So this document that hopefully will be approved today can be gone over by the members, and they can have their full input in a proper forum. We need to have the CAs up and running, because the framework for doing this consultation works through the CAs. So we didn't do this last year because we didn't have CAs. So I hope that I hope there's some understanding on why the process played out in this order. The same with policy. We want to have a full policy convention at some point next year, and we probably won't have constitution and policy together. We also need to have a leadership contest and select a permanent leader. So all of these things need to happen. This is all the stuff that the board does behind the scenes. It's all the intricate workings of building a political party, while our leader is out promoting, our interim leader, Paul Hinman, is out promoting the party and doing that side of things. So there's a division of labor there. So in the end, I'd like to leave you with a couple of ideas. Whether you're for separatism or Alberta independence, you need to understand that we're an anti-establishment party. We're against the status quo, both in Edmonton and in Ottawa. So that's our defining feature. What form that protest takes is yet to be determined. So I believe there's room for everybody to fit into the party, regardless of what your thoughts are. As long as you're pro-Alberta, you have a home here. And you can be part of the process going forward through the next year, as we hopefully get to the point where we can challenge the form of government in the next provincial election. And the last thought I'd like to leave you with is this idea of the vote split. It doesn't exist. It's just, don't worry about it. And don't let other people talk you out of voting for us because of a vote split. We are going to run candidates in places where our local CAs wish to have candidates, and that's it. So considerations about who we're running against or what the outcomes are going to be doesn't matter. It's a local decision, and that's it. So there's going to be 2 Federalist parties, Jason Kenney's party of Power and No Principles, and we got the NDP, who are socialists, but they're both Federalists. And then there's going to be us. And I think Albertans will choose to vote for us because we're the only ones that will stand up for Alberta. And this concludes my report. So the next item on the agenda is Kathy Flett and her CFO report. Before I turn it over to her, I would just like to point out that normally there would be a formal vote on acceptance of the report, but we're not set up for that. So again, I apologize. We'll have to take written questions through emails or something so that we can have feedback from the members. But sorry, Kathy, I'm eating into your time. It's your turn.
That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, it's a little bit of a different year this year as we're trying to get ourselves organized. And I do have a PowerPoint I'm going to show you. So there we go. Hopefully everybody can see that. So our CFO report this year, 2020 was exceptionally interesting as far as our party goes and the finances within. This morning I'm going to dive in and kind of past the numbers a little bit and go through the business side of things to explain to you what we do, why we do the things that we do, just to help our members know what goes on behind the scenes. I think that's really important because one of the reasons we're in the mess we're in is most of us don't understand how government works. We don't understand how political parties are run. And so if things are going sideways, we maybe don't recognize that. And why would we if we don't know what the signs and symptoms are? Um, the biggest thing is that you need to know what goes on behind the scenes with this party because this is your party. It's not ours. It's yours. We're just merely the stewards of it, and happy to be so, might I add. So, without further ado, let's dive right into this, shall we? So, party business, how it's done, what actually does go on behind the scenes, and how are we run? Well, I think what maybe most people don't know, because I didn't know until I got involved in this, is that a party, the political party, actually operates as a society. And as such, we've got some reporting that we need to do that coincides with that. The CFO, which has been my role for the last year, is accountable first and foremost to you guys, the membership, and then we are also accountable to Elections Alberta. Elections Alberta is like our CRA. We normally would do our taxes with the CRA, while political parties, we have to report to Elections Alberta how much money is coming in and some of the different activities that we're doing as it goes out. Our constituency associations, or CAs as I like to say, because I find constituency kind of a tongue twister, they also have CFOs. And those CFOs have got some reporting to do as well. Now, if you don't know what a constituency association is, then I'm in great company because a little better than a year ago, I didn't really understand it either. But if you are curious to find out, get in touch with one of us and we'd be delighted to not only fill you in, but probably put you to work in one. CAs are also accountable to membership and to Elections Alberta both. So there is a lot of tracking going on that we don't always know is happening if we're just kind of a regular voting who shows up on voting day. So where does our money come from? In the last year, I've also learned that there's some confusion here as well. First of all, political parties don't get tax dollars. So when people are questioning why we don't have money for this or how come this isn't free, well, it's because we don't get any tax dollars that all of us are paying in. All of our financing comes from memberships, selling memberships, and from contributions. Contributions over $50 accumulatively over the year, those are all have to be reported to Elections Alberta. The main party CFO and each constituency association CFO submits quarterly reports of what those contributions are. And if we don't, we get into trouble for that. The money that we raise is public knowledge. You can go on Elections Alberta's site anytime you like, and the quarterly reports are up there. In fact, Q4 for 2020 was just put up there. And then every year, Elections Alberta audits us. They want to know what's going on. So they dig into our books and they ask questions, and they come back at us with wanting to know, well, where did this go and where did that go and what happened here and what happened there. And it's good. It keeps us on our toes and it makes sure we're doing things right. That's coming up in March. And then that also becomes public knowledge as well. So there's nothing hidden. I think people just don't really know where to look or even that they can. So now you know. So this afternoon or later tonight, if you're bored on a Saturday night, go on to Elections Alberta and see what's going on in these political parties. So then we move on to the financials of things. So typically at these AGMs, audited financials are presented and reviewed and voted on. But this kind of isn't a typical AGM because our fiscal year end is December 31st. So that does not give us time to get it done. It just wasn't enough. But this doesn't change the numbers or the information presented. It's just going to change how I'm going to present it to you. Rather than seeing balance sheets and income statements, I'm going to show you some graphs and kind of talk you through those and what was going on and how things happened. It's probably going to be a little bit easier to understand this time than what balance sheets and income statements can be. So you'll see those coming up in a minute or two. And again, a full report after, well, we have to have our reporting in by March 15th to Elections Alberta, and then whenever they're done doing what they need to do with that, you will see everything right down to the penny on their website there. So nothing to worry about. Let's get down to the nitty-gritty. Income, our 2020 income stream. You can see at the very beginning in January and February. Now, when Rick was talking about when I came on to Freedom Conservative Party, there were 6 of us that came on: Susanna, Paul Gullickson, James Albers, my husband was there, and then Rick Johnson was also there. This is where we came in, was in February. So you can see it was kind of quiet. There wasn't much going on. And then it went down a little bit. Hopefully that's not a reflection of us showing up. But then it started to come up. And it started to go up and a little bit down and up. And August was really good. And then you see where we end in December at 30,000. Now, what I want you guys to understand, these are the actual bank balances at the end of each of these months. So in the beginning of January, we started with less than $10,000, and we ended the year with almost 4 times what we began with. So I think that really speaks volumes to how much you guys have put your trust in us and are really believing in what we're doing and this movement that we're on. Now, right here, we see this first jump. And of course, I think we all know why that began to happen. We'll get to that here in a second as well. And then a second one, well, this is when our interim leader showed up. And so we can then see the fruit of that you wouldn't know what's going on behind the scenes. So again, that first little blip, well, on June 29th, 2020, that was a pretty big day. That was the day that the Freedom Conservative Party and Wexit joined forces. Now, we called it a merger, but Wexit wasn't actually an entity to merge with. So there's some confusion. I got a lot of questions about how that worked for bank accounts and the financing, and then what did that mean for our finances this year? It was really just on paper that we merged, and then on paper our finances are still separate. So technically, what happens from a financial agreement, from the financial side of it, is we have the agreement to work together. That was a monster milestone and a wonderful day. And we brought in a name change to commemorate it, but the bookwork that gets submitted as far as finances go, nothing changes there. Nothing changes there. It's all the same. And of course, to commemorate that name change, to commemorate that unification, we had a name change, the Wild Rose Independence Party of Alberta. And here we are with WIPA, because that's a mouthful to say. Now, our expenses, this is the other side of the equation. Now, this is the annual totals that we've got here. And there's a few more little things, but they're so small they don't even fit on the graph, like bank charges and things like that. But these are the big ticket items that I want to walk you through. So accounting, to be fair, some of this was from the year before that we had some catching up on, so that's why that's a little bit high. And then there's insurance. I think all of us now officially have a Zoom payment because that seems to be the only way we can meet and get things done. We had a little bit to do with our website, some updating that happened there, and just to kind of make it look prettier. Nation Builder is a big money drain. We'll see what goes with that. It'll depend what the new board decides what to do, but that's a big expense. This right here, Elections Alberta fines. So remember, I was saying that we have to do our quarterly reports and then our annual reports to Elections Alberta. And if that doesn't happen, well, then we get in trouble. And that is what happened the year prior, is some things were not done right. So just for everybody's knowledge, it didn't happen while I was CFO. It happened before, but it did leak into this year, so we had to look after it. And then the AGM expenses that trickled in December started to creep up as well. Now, a lot of people were asking, and it makes sense too, about our interim leader and his budget and what that looked like. So you can see here in 5.5 months what he made. For 5.5 months and the amount of hours that he put in, it's really nothing spectacularly significant, I don't think. So that's our expenses for the whole entire year. Now what I want to do is kind of put together a balance sheet, if you will, but using the graphs side by side in a way that's easier to understand, and show you some things here. So remember, these blue pillars, these are the bank account balances for every month. These orange pillars are the expense for the whole entire year, not the month. So when people look at this, it would be easy to go, oh my gosh, we must be broke because this blue pillar is about the same size as this orange pillar, but that's not the case at all. This is what's left in the bank account at the end of December, over and above. So we are actually in a very, very healthy space as far as finances go, and I have no reason to believe that it's not going to get better. And again, we can kind of see these blips of some major changes that happened within our party. The first one was that merge or that amalgamation. And then the second one was when we brought in an interim leader. So I would like to give you guys some points to consider here. First of all, our expenses are incredibly low, like really low, considering all the work that goes on, which tells you how much volunteer activity happens in the background. And we don't have bricks and mortar to pay for. There is no office, so there's no property tax, there's no utilities, no rent to pay, no lease agreement, there's nothing like that. So that helps to keep our expenses very low. We also, right now, other than our interim leader, don't have any staff to pay for. So again, that's reflected in the rest of us with the blood, sweat, and tears that we put in, which is okay, but only for so long. We're experiencing some pretty exponential growth, as I showed you, not even just financially. I mean, those numbers, those graphs show you, give you an idea of how much we've grown financially, but that tells you what's going on with activity. So this is a busy, busy little party. And we are not slowing down. It is still going. We are poised to continue this trajectory well into this year and beyond, for that matter, which means it's probably time to start considering hiring some support staff. So you may see that begin to happen this year. I'm not sure. The new board will have to decide, but we are in a place now where we're going to have to start considering that, and the fruit is going to reflect in next year's financial numbers. We'll see, probably see that dip again as we bring different people on to start doing some different things for us. But then, because the work's getting done and we're able to get more done in less time, we're going to see that financial piece pick up again, and that's a good thing. There's nothing wrong with that. So on our quest to WIPA 2023, and I am very, very confident that we will make government in 2023. Let's just remember that it is going to be a very bright future for the Wild Rose Independence Party of Alberta, which means a bright future for you. Though we operate as a society, we're not charity. Albertans are not charity. Our province, our people, our future is well worth today's political investment, and it's really heartwarming to see that you guys believe that, and you're doing it, and you're investing in this party with us. We're in this together, which is fabulous. It's the true in this together, and together we will continue to grow the Wild Rose Independence Party of Alberta. I have every reason to believe that at the next convention we have, I'm just going to miss, there we go. At the next convention we have, which will likely be the Policy and Governance Convention, we will be able to present to you financials that came from the accountant. And then I expect at that time, we would be able, then that's the one that will make that motion to accept the financials. And then we will tuck those into the book. That'll also be the time when you can ask some questions about them. But at any rate, if anybody does have any questions, feel free to reach out. We're happy to answer them. And with that, that ends my financial report. And so I will get ready to turn it back over to Rick.
Well, thank you for that report, Kathy. That was very insightful, lots of details. So once again, I apologize. Normally there would be a formal vote of acceptance, but that I was reminded of that late last night, so I got to take the blame on that one. But we'll work on that going forward. So thank you, Kathy.
You're welcome.
So I believe we have a slight change due to some technical issues. We're going to ask Lloyd Snellgrove to give his speech next if he's ready. And we're extraordinarily lucky to have Lloyd. He's a prominent member of the CA in Cold Lake Bonnyville with Paul Gullickson up there. So thank you for coming out, Lloyd.
You're welcome. Are we ready to go?
Yep, you're on. I can hear you.
Okay, thanks, Rick, and thanks, Kathy, for that. And first, I want to say that I agree with everything Dwayne said. That is history, and regardless what some of our friends in the political spectrum would like you to believe, you cannot change history. It is what it is. Now, I want to say right at the start, these are my opinions and my conclusions. They're from my life experiences, and that's what they are. So I don't expect everyone or all of you to agree or disagree with everything I've said. If that was the case, then I would be wasting both your time and mine. So by way of background, my personal life is I am nearly 65 now. I've got 4 kids, 4 grandchildren. I've been married for 42 years. I hope that's right. I currently reside up in Bonnyville, Alberta. My business experience goes back to growing up on a farm, still being involved in the farming community, buying my father's business with my brothers in 1975 in the construction business, municipal utilities, oil field pipeline, the full gamut. And then into the hospitality industry. And currently my job is running our resort up at the Mirror Lake in Bonnyville. Now, my political experience is fairly diverse too. I have served on municipal council. I have countless boards over the years. I'm lucky enough to serve 3 terms as the MLA. And some of the responsibilities, I was a Minister of Service Alberta, President of the Treasury Board for 5 or 6 years, responsible for corporate human resources for the Oil Sands Secretariat, amongst other things. And I was the first non-American ever elected to the State Ag and Rural Leadership Board in the US, which was a mind-opening opportunity and shows how much our states and provinces differ from the federal approach to issues. When the election was called in 2012, I left on account of my health. I was absolutely sick of where the leadership of our party was going, and I knew that it wouldn't be fair to stay there when I certainly didn't share the opinions that they had. Now, Ralph Klein used to say that you can't jump a canyon in 2 jumps. And someone else said you can't eat a pizza in 1 bite, but they didn't know my brother-in-law. And the fact is, you can get across a canyon and you can finish the whole pizza. And the journey cannot be indefinite. We have a huge canyon to cross, partly because of the obstacles that the federal government will put in our way, and partly because we need to ensure that Albertans understand what it means. The fact that Alberta is entitled to their own self-determination, our First Nations have used that term to soften up a little more independence. And I think we need to run on the fact that we can offer Albertans a better situation in a federation. I don't believe that Albertans are ready to accept full separation at this point, but I think they all would agree, or they should agree, that the country as it is now is broken. It will not function at this way for much longer. It is like a ship that is taking on water. And as Albertans, we can either understand that, get our lifeboat and head to shore, or we can stay with the sinking ship. And I know I'm preaching to the converted here today, but I have to tell you that it's more and more obvious that our governments now do not function the way that they were designed, and we have to be very careful to make false promises. But we can offer hope. Alberta has, and it's not a stretch. Alberta has everything that most countries would die for, and our natural resources, our people, our situation. We are blessed, and we need to be the party that sells the opportunity to Albertans. I don't believe that it's our job now as a party to get involved in the day-to-day politics of Alberta. An old friend of mine used to say, third dog in a fight always gets beat. I think it's more appropriate to let Rachel and Premier Kenney beat each other up, let the media beat each other up. Kenney's popularity is dropping like a stone. We don't need to be the party that brought down a government. We need to be the party that's going to build a better province in the future. And so I don't think, although we feel the need to comment on most of the issues, I don't think that's productive to the overall welfare of our party. We need to keep our eye on the prize. I think we need to be a party that's neither left or right. I think we need to be the party that's right, not wrong. I think we need to appeal to people across the spectrum. We need to be the party that differs from the status quo, and will be the only party running that is offering a future where Albertans have a say in it. And so, to me, getting elected is the first step, but it's a very important step. The other thing to remember is that we don't want to become the people we're trying to replace. I've seen it in my lifetime. I see it too often. You will hear a very good story on the street. And once people get a taste of power, it's very difficult to pry their fingers off that paycheck or that position. So let's not fall for those. Let's make sure that we are in this for the right reasons, and let's move forward. The other thing that I think we need to do is to continue to communicate with like-minded people in our other supportive provinces, especially Saskatchewan, Manitoba. Let's keep in touch with people that have the same position that we do, because a common front is certainly going to be advantage to us. Now, for the approach to building a better federation, I think we need to be clear to people that we will start on day one to negotiate with the federal government on issues that are kind of, well, they'll be controversial, but they're doable. I think we need to start a Alberta pension plan right off the get-go, but we need to make very sure that every Albertan who's contributed into the Canada Pension Plan for their lifetime will be protected, and that their benefits will not be affected. You cannot afford a misstep at this time. So this Alberta pension plan has to come as a bonus to people in Alberta, not as a fear. And you can be sure that media, current governments and federal government will use the tool of, do you want to risk that? We don't, but we can all understand if we don't, our kids and grandchildren will probably have nothing. I think we need to immediately set out demanding or developing a new justice system. It's too simplistic to say that we need an Alberta police force, because the police don't make the laws. The laws are handed down from the federal courts. Everyone, especially, in our part of rural Alberta now, crime is become, seems to an accepted way of life. We cannot allow that. And it doesn't matter who we have to enforce the laws have to be different and have to be enforceable. So we need to start at the root cause. In this case, I believe it's a morally corrupt justice system that really treats us all as if we're criminals. We need to start negotiating in part of that justice system the fact that property rights include guns, and the rights to our guns are very important to many of us. But we also have to accept that in many of the cities, what they see of guns is crime. So it's that balancing act between pushing a one-size-fits-all and recognizing the fact that different issues can mean different things to different people. The other thing that will surprise no one probably is that us nerds that are involved in politics have a tendency to think that it's all about money. And I think back to a poll that we did, I think in 2007, when I was a Minister of Service Alberta, and I think Dr. Olberg was Finance Minister, we had an open opportunity for Albertans to comment on what was coming. Now, you would imagine that a budget that affects all their lives directly or indirectly would be very important. So the opportunity to comment on finance drew about 1,700 comments. The opportunity to comment on Alberta's license plate drew 27,000. So we can think that that's what their people's mind is wrapped around, is the financial affairs, and yet most of them don't understand or want to take the time to understand it. We hear continually about our transfer payments, and somehow that we can just stop that. We can't stop it as long as we're a part of Canada. So we need to be moving the way that Dwayne has talked, the way Rick and I think this group has talked about how we can control it. I mean, I think one of the things that we need to offer is that we are not anti-environment. We are all environmentalists. But the choice is, should our environment be dictated by the Paris Climate Accord, the UN, or Ottawa, or should it be dictated by Albertans? So it's not about solving our environmental issues. It's about very clearly saying to people, we agree, clean water, clean air, a healthy environment, they are very important. But they're important enough that Albertans should be driving the forces that determine that. There should be an absolute drop in the federal fuel tax that would be put towards our transportation systems, but it means opting out of all federal infrastructure and road programs, which would be wise. I have had the unfortunate opportunity to have to try and deal with federal government bureaucrats on infrastructure projects in Alberta, and they have no idea except what bureaucrats can think. And we got very little help from many of our MPs, which is another issue that deeply saddens me, is that while we have some talented people in Ottawa, we hear very little on the stage about how badly Alberta is being treated. And I will bring you back to a situation with years ago when Alberta wanted to celebrate its 150th anniversary. And it would have been a perfect opportunity. We had overwhelming support across Alberta from our neighboring provinces and territories, how this would be a great opportunity for Canada's 150 in Edmonton in the New West, for us to showcase our environmentally sound practices around producing energy, our diverse economy, our diverse people. It was a great idea. But the federal government decided that we just couldn't do that. And when I got the call from the minister at the time saying, well, security is going to be such an issue, we had that all worked out. I said, Rona, we don't need any help from you. We just need the opportunity to ask for the chance to do it. Well, they wouldn't do it. And I said to her right then, you know damn well that if this was Quebec City or Hamilton applying, you guys would be doing cartwheels over giving it to them, and you would all be there dressed up in your finery and us paying for it. At that point, it became very clear to me that there was never going to be an Alberta opportunity within the federal system as it is. And at that time, not one federal MP stood up to support Alberta's choice. Now, you can say this living in the past, but the future isn't going to change if we're not willing to change it. So there are so many issues that I think we can make progress on with the federal government, or at least we can show Albertans that we are serious, we have a determination, and we're going to make progress on this. And let's let out a timeline that in 24 months after we're elected, we will put a referendum to the people of Alberta asking them, do you want us to continue to negotiate within a better federation of Canada, or are you willing to take a step? If we're unable to achieve any success at the negotiating table, then do we go to a vote for separation? And if we don't put a timeline on it, neither the federal government or our bureaucrats will work there. So I'm saying let's run on a platform of future, of what we can offer, that we see as a new federation. I don't think for a minute that if we show progress, that if this party starts to gain strength, there will be huge blowback from the current provincial government, and we see that now. But let them take themselves down with some of the. find it ironic today we get a request for more money in the same news conference that they canceled coal leases, and whatever. So let's stay in touch with our other provincial counterparts. Let's let people in Saskatchewan know what we're doing. Don't be shy about it. As a matter of fact, it wouldn't hurt to let provinces, the maritime provinces, and many times they feel left out of Ottawa. But we need friends at the negotiating table, or it helps to have friends at the table. But it's not a secret. I think every other Western Premier would agree that we have been getting a short shift. So let's include them. The other part about separation or separatists, I want you to think back about what your first opinion was of the Quebec separatists. And if it's anything like mine, we didn't like the little bastards. They were greedy. They were takers from Canada now, and they wanted more. And they got away with it. They were, it's a total different aspect that Alberta has. We are givers, and all we want is equal and respectful treatment within a federation. I think we can agree with the federal government that we can share in our cost of the armed forces. I think we can share border security. I think there are opportunities as a federation, not a top-down federation like the European Union, but the idea of an economic union across Canada where provinces are more responsible for their own finances. Albertans shouldn't be sentenced to generations of debt repayment for Ontario and Quebec. It's really that simple. Although we have gone as a province from having 800 million or $8.5 billion when I left in 2012 to over 100 billion in debt now. And what have we got to show for it? That's the point. And so we need to work together to build a better federation, I believe, within a structure of Canada. But we need to be very careful how we get there. And I agree with Rick. It's really not about a separatist Alberta. It's about an independent, prosperous Alberta, where we can put Alberta pride back in our flag and our step. And the last thing that I will close on is that everyone should be talking to their MLA and to the press. Mr. Premier Kenney, shut the Alliance Pipeline off today until we have a response from the president. All natural gas sales to the United States should be stopped. It's a hydrocarbon. If you don't like pipelines, you shouldn't like any pipelines, and let them eastern bastards freeze in the dark. And if we don't take some steps like that as a province, we lose. We will never have a better time to negotiate, especially with the power in Ottawa now. And unfortunately, and we all know that if they called a federal election today, Trudeau would probably be reelected. It's a very bleak future for our children and our grandchildren. So I don't expect to have everyone agree with me. I have been there. I've done a part of the problem for sure, and part of the solution. But there are some very good people that are involved with this movement. And if they let their personal preferences get in the way, it will be to the detriment of us. But if we go forward as the party that offers a positive future within a new and better federation, I think we could be successful. So with that, Rick, thank you. And anyone can feel free to call me and let me know what they think. Take care.
Sorry, talking while muted. My fault. Thanks for that, Lloyd. Your experience is invaluable, and your insights are amazing. So thank you for being part of the party and being willing to attach your name to this. It means a lot to the movement going forward.
Hopefully got a few more years left in me, Rick, and I'll do what I can.
No, thank you. At this point, I need to make an announcement. Election Buddy is telling us they will be on the scene to set up the board voting at 11 o'clock. So it's just under an hour. We were under the impression that we would be able to start that sooner. So again, I apologize. Our what agenda we did have has now somewhat gone off the rails, and by somewhat I mean completely. So what we'd like to do for the next hour is invite people to take a bio break if they want to, and be back in the room for the voting, whether as we go through the introductory process and the practice vote at 11. Some people by now probably need that bio break. I've been fortunate enough, I've been able to duck out while other people have been speaking. So what we'd like to do to fill the time is kind of have a roundtable discussion among our board members who are present. And Lloyd, if you'd like to stick around for that, we'd like to have you.
One note that I made, and I think it's really important for our group. The leadership convention, to me, has to be a convention. I think the demise of our PC party became when this mail-in voting or the preferential ballot did nothing to build the team. I don't know that it benefits or detracts from any individual or not. But when you come out of a convention, you have to come out united behind the leader that's chosen by the party. And when you're mailing in your ballot, or when it's really based on, the memberships are obviously important across the board, but I would say the last leaderships of the PC party were a disaster for the party. And not only did they not build a party, it probably came out more divisive than before. So if there's anything that can be learned from history, whether you agreed that we got the right leader or not is irrelevant to me. I can tell you from someone that was within the party, it did nothing to move our party along. So I just a comment, just from one who was there and saw it. Totally.
It sounds like you might be volunteering to be on our leadership selection committee as a member at large. That's what I'm hearing as president. I'm always.
Well, unfortunately, I've become a large member as opposed to a member at large, but I do what I can. That ad for COVID is really, that's me.
Okay, so I'm being told that at 10:30 we'll show the videos of people who want to be on the board of directors. We're going to use that time to show the videos before the voting at 11. And so I'm being also asked to announce the other participants in the roundtable. So we'll start with Kathy Flatt, our CFO, if she's available. And then we also have Dr. Dennis Modry, our VP of Policy and Governance. We have James Albers, our VP of Constitution. And I don't know if Paul Hinman's available. He might be on later. If he's available, we can bring him in. And need to be reminded of who all we have, since we're off script now. Okay, that's it. Thank you. So welcome everybody, and thank you for your participation on the board or at the CA level. We kind of don't have a script for this, so I'm just going to wing it. What do you feel of the goals of the Alberta or the Wild Rose Independence Party of Alberta are or should be? So you want to start with Dennis, maybe?
Well, thanks, Rick. Yeah, just to remind everybody, when Wexit Alberta joined FCP, there were over 5,000 members from Wexit Alberta that joined a few hundred members from FCP. The Wexit Alberta side of the equation was solidly in the separation camp. And that is why the party is called the Wild Rose Independence Party of Alberta. Now, I heard, what Lloyd had to say, and I respect everybody's opinion. But when you look at the founding principles, and the very first one is Alberta will be strong and free, fortis et liber, and sovereign. Sovereign doesn't mean having greater autonomy within Canada. It means Alberta being a separate nation, period. When you look at what we drafted in terms of the policy and governance material, those policies contemplate the policies of a sovereign, separate, independent nation, totally untethered to Canada, except for areas in which there is mutual interest, such as, say, for example, an Alberta military aligning with the Canadian military, protection of the North, etc. So I do take exception and I'm concerned. We do not want to alienate the base of this party. The base of this party recognizes that it is no longer possible to fix Alberta's role in Confederation. The way the Constitution is set up, it makes it impossible to do that. And no amount of negotiating with Canada is ever going to improve the lot in Alberta. It's just not possible. Had it been possible, Mr. Harper, when he had a majority in government, would have been able to do it. But no federal party is going to go anywhere near trying to open the Constitution to benefit Alberta. As Lloyd said, we have to look after ourselves, but with absolute respect to everybody who has a different opinion, I do not believe that it is possible. And the only probability for this party to win the 2023 election is on a total separatist platform, as is currently the case posted on our website. So with that, I'll be very interested in my colleagues' comments.
James, do you want to go next?
Sure. Thank you very much. Thanks, Dennis, and thanks, Lloyd. I think that there's two things that I need to sort of highlight for everybody. Number one, the mission of this party is absolutely independence, and I'm very careful about using that term, independence, because you have to actually belong to something in order to separate. And history and reality actually has taught us that Alberta, and certainly Saskatchewan and Manitoba, have never been part of Confederation in the manner that other provinces were. Certainly not in the manner that Quebec was. And so for me, I avoid the term separatist party because we're not separating from something we were never part of. We are looking to achieve independence because that process was delayed when Canada made us part of their confederation. We really didn't have a say in that. The British government gave us literally as a territory to the Canadian government, and so we've never really had a say in that. So everything that we're expressing at this point is about our independence. The other thing, though, that I think is really important to highlight is that while our mission is independence, the character of this party is very much about establishing and maintaining and upholding the freedom and liberty of the individual. We really believe in pushing authority down to the individual. You'll see it later on this morning when we talk about our bylaws and how everything is geared around upholding the authority of the members, and certainly as a government upholding the authority of Albertans to make that choice. Having said that, we're very much small government from that perspective, and as it turns out right now, that's a big issue for Albertans. So we're looking at two things. We're looking at a broken confederation that I don't believe is fixable, but Albertans need to see that. We're also very much about giving Albertans the final say. I believe that as we enter into taking hold of the things that are rightfully ours as a province, that Albertans will see Ottawa dig in their heels, balk at those issues, and will understand clearly, the way that many of us do already, that this is not going to, we're not going to go anywhere with regard to our relationship with Ottawa. I'm absolutely committed to the whole concept of independence, but I'm also committed to the idea that we all have feelings about this, but we need to make sure that Albertans have the final say. And so for me, that's the biggest issue.
Okay, Kathy?
One of the things that happened when we first joined the Freedom Conservative Party was that fight over that argument, to stay if we get a fair deal or to just leave. And I came in with, I'm done, I'm leaving, I'm out of here. And so there was kind of this tug of war at the beginning as we sorted that out and talked that out. And we did it. We did it, and we brought some more people into the fold, into the family, if you will, and away we go. One of the things I admire the most about what this party is doing is laying the groundwork and communicating that groundwork as to how we're going to do this. We're not just saying, oh, we're going to just become independent and 6 months down the road, that's it. We're not part of Canada anymore. It doesn't work that way. There's way too many tentacles in our province between the federal government and the provincial government. We've got to kind of pull them all out first so that we make sure we do this right. We make sure we do it properly. We make sure we do it safely for everybody. And as we continue moving forward as a party, those pieces of the puzzle are coming together. And so to have that pragmatic way of looking at this, thinking it through, and not just sort of jumping in with both feet, if you will, but instead talking to the experts, finding out exactly the right steps to take. That's what's going to bring success. And then at the end of the day, as James mentioned, this isn't our decision as a party. This is the Albertans' decision. You guys decide, not us. It is about you. It's about the individual. It's your responsibility to determine your own future, as it should be. And so as we continue to move forward, I'm excited to see what that's going to look like and what's coming down the future, even just for 2021. It's going to be huge.
Okay, Lloyd, now that you've heard everybody, some of them kind of mentioned you directly. Do you want to respond to some of that?
No, see, you can have a difference without a decision, and I agree. Dr. Modry is correct. Within the Constitution, there's no way to accomplish a lot of what we want to do. That said, what's in the Constitution isn't going to be what drives Alberta, because we will draft our identifies Alberta before. Now, you can bet that the Supreme Court will be asked right off, gee, is this constitutional, is it not? And that shouldn't matter. If Albertans support it, it's the right thing to do. So, and it is ironic, I may have misheard, but I thought I heard the Premier the other day talk about holding a referendum on transfer payments. Well, that's insanity. If you're going to be a part of Canada, you're going to have to make the payments that we are now. But it's a way to appeal to the easier sense of Albertans that there's somehow a way out of this without getting. I know is legally very difficult to justify, but Kathy, I think, is exactly where I'm at, is that I want to get where we need to be, and I'm just not sure that we can or nothing bet. I think most of the polls show you that many Albertans support independence without what it means, but the majority want a different deal. They want a fair deal. And in politics, you can sell all of the memberships you want on lofty goals and principles, but if you don't win, you don't get to drive the car. And so this party has to be in a position to be accepted by the overwhelming spectrum of Alberta voters. And to me, that's about, okay, we're going to give this a real, decent, and fair opportunity to work with Ottawa. If that fails, and is demonstrated to be impossible, then we have to have a vote that would be binding. And trust, I don't believe the federal government would ever want to put it to us. I mean, if the rest of Canada had voted on the Quebec issue, they'd be gone. And I don't think that the rest of Canada wants us gone as long as we're providing all the milk. So I think it's a multi-stage process where we have to earn the trust of Albertans and start to have, especially Saskatchewan, move along the same lines and demanding what we're looking for.
Okay, I see Dennis has his hand up. So Dennis?
Oh, actually, I had my hand sitting here. It wasn't necessarily up, but I will comment. Lloyd, I take your point, but history tells us that no provincial government in Alberta's history has been able to influence Ottawa for the benefit of Alberta. And here we are now, and Mr. Kenney and the previous NDP government have proven that once again to Alberta. Our task, really, as the Wildrose Independence Party seeking sovereignty untethered to Canada, I can make that crystal clear, is to inform, to educate, to inspire Albertans on the rationale for independence. And there's lots of rationale that is out there. The merits of independence, how we'll make it happen, and how we will assuage the concerns of Albertans regarding, very legitimate concerns such as pensions, as you mentioned, and various other things, landlocked, vote splitting, and that sort of thing. We know how to do that. We know what the answers are. I don't mean that to sound immodest or anything, but we've thought through it to this point. We haven't been able to share it with everybody yet, but it is coming. So I'm excited about the prospect for Alberta, but we have a task ahead of us, and we have 2 years to the next election. I just do not believe there is any prospect in this world that will permit Alberta to improve its role within Confederation, because the only way to do it is to change the Constitution, and you really can't do it. If it's just a legislative change, then the very next government can change it back. So changing the Constitution would be the only thing, and we know that is an impossible task. You've stated it yourself. So, we have a challenge ahead of us, but we can do it. We absolutely can do it. I think about this as well. Here's a different paradigm now. We have a Western separatist movement with the Maverick Party. We have a Buffalo Party in Saskatchewan. We know that people in northern BC are unhappy with mainland BC. So there is a movement that is occurring that is very different than what happened in 1980 with the national energy policy. So I'm excited about this. I think we can do it. I believe we can do it. In fact, I know we can do it. But we all have to pull together in the same direction, getting ready for the 2023 election.
Final thoughts, Kathy?
Yeah, I want to build on what everybody has said here and paint a bit of a picture, if I can, for the people who either already are members of the Wildrose Independence Party or thinking about it. We get emails and calls, all of us, every day. Well, I'm kind of wondering, I'm kind of thinking about it. Here's what it could look like when the Wildrose Independence Party gets in government. We now officially have the 1-2 punch, if you will. For the first time ever, we will have a provincial government that has no ties to any federal government. It is legitimately only for Albertans. We don't care who's in Ottawa, which then puts us in a position of power right off the hop on the very first day. Not only are we here only for you, but we are not afraid to fight with Ottawa because none of us has any career aspirations to ever sit there. And so that puts us in a real position of strength as well, collectively, as Albertans. And that's when we often hear the vote splitting argument, and this is where this comes in. But at the end of the day, you're voting for Alberta or you're not. And I think that's what sets us apart. In fact, I know that's what sets us apart. We are the Alberta vote. We don't care about Ottawa. None of us cares about Ottawa. None of us is afraid of Ottawa. In fact, I had one friend of mine say to me, well, if BC continues to be miserable, would you seriously turn off the taps? And I said, yeah, tomorrow, no problem. Because it's time. It's our turn. And that's the difference right there between this party and the others, as far as I see it.
Well, James, I guess you get the last word.
Oh, thank you. I agree. What we're seeing right now, too, is a strange convergence of this concept that we are either a party where we believe the government has all the answers and can tell people what they need to do, which is not liberty, or we are a party that upholds the rights of the individual. And we believe that it is not our place to be telling people what they should be doing, but it is our place to provide an environment where those liberties and those freedoms can flourish. It happens to dovetail quite nicely with our push toward independence, because that really is the heartbeat of what our independence is all about. We're tired of of a government in Ottawa that is exploiting us and not giving us any say whatsoever in our future and in the protection of our economy, the protection of our dignity as a province and our character as a province, to be completely honest. And so they actually fit together, but it really boils down to that in my mind. It's either you believe that government has the right to tell us what to do and that we actually belong to the government, or you believe that the government belongs to the people and they have the right to determine their future, not the government.
Sorry, got to unmute again. So Mr. David Strong tells me he's ready to go with our video montage of all our board and regional director candidates. He says this will take approximately 45 minutes, at which time Election Buddy should be in the house and getting set up for our vote. The beginning of the vote will be a practice vote to make sure everything works properly, but Kathy will walk us through that when we have that on the go. So David, if you're ready to start the videos. Oh, yep, here we go. Oh, apparently we have no sound, so we're going to start over. I've known Paul Gullickson for quite a while. He's the CA development guy. He's been regional director for the North. He's done a lot of work helping out and building the party up there. I've also never seen him so quiet. Usually he's much more voluminous. So David Strong is telling me he's working on fixing that. The videos did work perfectly last night at about 10 o'clock. So I guess I can fill the time here. It's probably too early in the morning for me to go into my Dean Martin bit. Pretending to be drunk at 10:30 is probably not appropriate for the situation, but hopefully this won't take too much longer. I didn't bring any of my Johnny Carson material, unfortunately. Okay. Well, apparently it's going to take 5 minutes or less. I guess we could play Kaiser while we're waiting. Anybody have a deck of cards? If I hadn't used up all my best material in my speech, I could probably just talk, but fortunately I'm kind of out of ideas here. Too bad, unfortunately, we only have one tech guy, David. He can't fix the problem and get other people back in. Yeah, mile break. Oh, hi, Kathy. Do you have some material you'd like to go through? I've been up late and then I was up early and I'm just fresh out of ideas.
Well, you know what? I thought maybe what we could do is help everybody understand what this week has looked like, what's been going on behind the scenes, and who's been involved. Kind of paint a bit of a picture because it has been a whirlwind, some days even a circus for those of us that have been putting this AGM together for you, and especially given it wasn't in person. This is all online. It was all virtual. It was all very new to us who have ever planned anything. It was learning as we go. And so, yeah, Rick's right. We're tired. A lot of us have not had a lot of sleep this week as we're trying to figure this out. And it's been a lot of fun though to be also on the learning side of it. Frustrating, but fun because we got to learn some new skills. And one of those skills is that even when things worked late last night at 10 o'clock, and some of us didn't get to bed till 1, and then we were up again at 3, it's still not going to work today. So I'm actually pretty impressed. We made it to almost 10:30 without a glitch. So that's not bad, and we're even ahead of schedule because of it. So, in the grand scheme of things, I think it's all working out. And it also looks like David is ready to give this another shot. But first of all, you know what? I've had a lot of coffee this morning because I've been up a long time, and I know you have too. So let's take about a 15-minute bio break. We're going to put a timer on the screen for you guys so you know when to come back. And then we're going to jump right into those videos and get into the fun part, which is why we're all here, which is the voting.
Thanks, Cassie, for bailing me out. Oh, okay, everybody, welcome back. Our tech guy, David Strong, has deconstructed the problem, and he believes he has the solution of why it worked last night and not today. David's sharing his screen, but he's not in the stream, so that means he's automatically muted. So we're going to welcome David into the stream, and he's going to broadcast, and hopefully this time he will not be muted. He's going to start with the regional director videos. It's probably going to take about 45 minutes, and then we'll proceed with the voting. So, David, over to you.
Hi, my name is Paul Gullickson. I live in Cold Lake, northern Alberta, and I'm retired. I've been in business all my life, and I own that. What I'm going to try and do is answer the question, why are you going to, why are you a separatist, I guess, all that. And I'm going to try and repeat a little speech I did in Lloydminster when Jason Kenney was sending his panel around getting input on what Albertans expected from him in the next 5 years or 4 years. And the reasonings here: Preston Manning, Stephen Harper, Stockwell Day, Deborah Gray, Peter Lougheed, Ralph Klein, Don Getty, Gordon Kessler, Doug Christie, Jack Ramsey. Those are all very prominent Albertans, very intelligent, smart people who went to bat for Alberta. They had one thing in common: they all worked hard to get a better deal for Alberta. They knew we were getting the short end of the stick. They knew we were really getting shafted in our economy. And so they whether it was in Ottawa or in Alberta, they fought hard for Alberta. One thing they all had in common, though: they all failed, every one of them. No matter how good they were, they couldn't do it. And so that is that's a picture of over 50 years of trying to get a better deal. So it becomes quite obvious that we are not going to make a deal with Ottawa. That's not going to happen. What's the definition of insanity? Trying something over and over and over again and expecting a different result. So yeah, let's not even try to do that. The only way we're going to get a better deal for Alberta economically is to become independent and have control over our economy. So that's what I will be doing, working for the Wild Rose Party, I hope, for the next 5-10 years, God willing. And I think if we become successful, you'll become successful. And I'm looking forward to that.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mitchell Visser, and I'm running for the position of Regional Director North for the Board of Governors. I am currently living up in the honey capital of Canada, Falher, Alberta, in the Peace Country, and I work for a rural municipality in administration, and then I'm currently transferring over to a role in agricultural services. I decided to get involved in the party because I fundamentally believe that the only option for me, my family, and all Albertans is independent republic. I think that's regardless of whether the CPC or the LPC is in power. None of these parties are advocating for Albertans, and neither of the provincial parties at this point. Part of my mandate as a regional director will be in getting the CA set up and organized, and listening to what they have to say and bringing their concerns or needs to the board. I fundamentally believe in a grassroots party, and I want to get people involved and inspired and steering policy for this party, because it's got to be a party for Albertans. I also have some ideas that I want to bring to the table for the North. For example, I think that decentralizing the over-administered, over-bureaucratic mess that is Alberta Health Services, going back to a regional board model that we saw prior to 2003, would really benefit rural communities that are seeing a lack of healthcare options in their communities. I also think that we need to focus on a northern transportation strategy, which allows agricultural producers to actually get their goods to market. But those are some of my ideas, but what I really want to do is just listen to what the CAs have to say and bring that forward. I want to listen to what Albertans have to say. So regardless of whether I'm elected or not, I just want us all to work together and build this party and get us elected in 2023. Thanks.
Hello everyone, my name is Gurcharan Garcha. I'm a master's in mathematics and education. I have been living here in Edmonton since 25 years and have been involved in the politics since 20 years. And I'm a day one consultant and have run a couple of times from Edmonton Manning provincially. And I'm interim executive director of Wild Rose Independence Party of Alberta and serving as a regional director for the Edmonton region. That's why I'm seeking for the same position so that I can complete my pending task well in advance prior to the general election in 2023. And as we know, we all Albertans are very upset with the poor political performance by the both federal and provincial government. And we don't want to get treated like an unwanted child by Ottawa anymore. And also, we don't want to give food a cow who is giving her cheese and milk to the Easterns. And moreover, as per my ideology, every single person living in Alberta is Albertan, regardless they have migrated from any other countries. It's our duty to stand behind Albertans. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Wes Caldwell, and I'm the current regional director for the Central Region. I'm also the chair of the CA Development Committee, and somehow I'm the party's interim secretary. I'm not sure how that happened, but I'll be passing that responsibility on after the AGM. I would, however, like to continue operating as your regional director for the Central Region. Our party is moving into a really exciting phase now. With a strong foundation laid with the bylaws and the policies brought forward, we are now looking for the members to adapt that organically from the grassroots up. And as a regional director, it'll be my responsibility to help make sure that each CA is functioning properly, finding great ideas, amplifying them, and exposing them to the whole party so that we can together grow and improve. Alberta has no shortage of great resources, from the prairies to the forests, from the oil sands to the mountains. We have fresh water, we have bountiful food, and we have fresh air. But I think our greatest resource is each other. As a people, we overcome diversity. We overcome every challenge. And yes, we are up for some big challenges, perhaps some of the biggest we've ever faced. But I know that together, sharing ideas, sharing our strength, we have the ability to overcome them. And then we will make this land prosperous, free, and a place that everyone will want to be.
Hello, I'm Lawrence Hassing. I'm running for a position as a regional director for Central Alberta. I'm a fifth generation born and bred Albertan. I'm a family man with a beautiful wife and 3 daughters. I've worked in the trades doing construction from one end of the province to the other. I believe if you want something, you have to go get it. When I realized there was no CA in my riding, I organized to become the president of the Leduc-Beaumont Constituency Association. I've watched money flow from the province to the rest of Canada since the 1980s. When we needed Canada to help us get our resources to tidal waters or even our own domestic markets, they snubbed their noses at us. Canada has put itself into financial distress by not supporting Canadians first. Canada is now borrowing staggering amounts of money daily. We will have to pay this money back one way or another. To provide our children with the economic opportunities we were blessed with, or even maintain our standard of living, there's no other option except secession from Canada. This will not be easy. There's a lot of hard work that needs to be done. 2 years is a very short window to achieve independence. However, the greatest journey starts with a single step, and the harder something is to achieve, the greater the rewards. With this said, I have joined WIPA with a singular goal in mind: to assist in any way I can to achieve Alberta independence. Alberta first.
Hello, my name is Shane Walker. I'm running for the Regional Director of Central Alberta for the board seat position of the Wild Rose Independence Party of Alberta. I'm a born and raised Albertan. I've been here all my life. I currently reside in Red Deer, Alberta, where I've raised a family of 2 boys. I've spent the majority of my career in the oil and gas sector, and so thankful that we live in a free province and a free country where I could start on the rig floor as a roughneck and work my way up to start and become CEO of one of the largest private drilling contractors in North America. I've got extensive experience when it comes to business and leadership throughout Alberta, Canada, and been able to travel to various parts of the world, down into the US and international and overseas. You might ask why? Why am I running for this? Well, over the last few years, everyone that I come in contact with, my friends, my family, my peers, my network, there is a sense of hopelessness that's going on right now. We have a federal government that is not for Alberta, it's not for our industry, and it's time that I take a stand against that. One of the things that really stuck out to me, actually a few things that stuck out to me with Wild Rose Independence Party is their vision and their mission. Their vision with a belief and faith in God is paramount to me. And then their mission, they've got 14 items. If you haven't checked it out, please do on their webpage, on their home site. They've got 14 items, and I think it's absolutely brilliant. 13 initiatives, which my heart is 100% aligned to and I believe in. And the 14th is letting Albertans decide through a referendum if they want to be stay part of this nation of Canada and Confederation, or if we want to stand up. So I think it's brilliant. I look forward to meeting and really working hard for our great province. Thank you.
My name is Susanna Janosova Dembur. I know firsthand the price of freedom because I was born and raised in Czechoslovakia during communist regime. When I moved to Canada 23 years ago, I never expect to deal again with socialism or politics. Well, here I am. Now I'm dealing with both. For me, in many ways, this is deja vu. Everything changed when the NDP won the provincial election and formed government. I started to hear again the same words and phrases used by communists in Czechoslovakia in their propaganda. I instantly realized that we are in psychological war in which the public is being systematically brainwashed by government and complicit mainstream media. As a result, I wrote an article which was published online under the title, I Survived Communism, Are You Ready for Your Turn? During the fall of 2019, I had the opportunity to speak in vaccine rallies in Red Deer, Edmonton, and Calgary, explaining to Albertans what is happening to our province. During February 2020, I was accepted by the board of directors of Freedom Conservative Party. When FCP and VEXIT merged to form Wild Rose Independence Party, I joined the Communication and Social Media Committee and participate in everything needed to create new political party. At the end of October 2020, I resigned from this committee in order to help establish the CAs in Calgary and accepted position of regional director for Calgary. During my meetings, I had many discussions on different topics, but one concern was in common. Are we losing our freedom? Yes, unfortunately we are. I'm absolutely certain that Canada is marching toward totalitarian state. We have only 2 choices, to allow ourselves to be sucked into black hole of communism, or we don't. It's time for Albertans to stand for themselves, to put our families and province first. I wanted to focus on building strong membership foundation in Calgary, so I decided to run again for the position of regional director for Calgary. I hope I will have the opportunity to meet many of you in the coming weeks and months. Thank you.
My name is Bridget Frostad. I'm applying for Regional Director for Alberta South for Wild Rose Independence Party. I only get 2 minutes to talk, so I'm going to talk really quick. I have already been volunteering for Wild Rose, formerly Wexit, for over a year. I started out by volunteering at rallies, and that quickly changed into setting up a volunteer group here in Airdrie, to door knocking when we were still allowed to, and then to setting up a meet and greet and volunteering at other meet and greets to get to know our leaders and the people that are involved with Wild Rose. You know who we are. Now, I just recently set up a CA here in Airdrie East, and I have been on the phone trying to get everybody I know to set up CAs in their ridings. And I look forward to helping these people in every way I can, letting them know everything that I've learned. And along the way, I believe I'm qualified for this position as I was a CSA2 for Investors Group for almost 8 years. My duties included organizing conference calls, events, Christmas parties, all the training events, as well as all the normal office duties and all the processing and all the office the supplies as well. So that office was over 60 people. Now, that is not the only organizational skills that I have, as I grew up in a missionary family, and my family organized huge teams of people, sometimes 60 to 160 people, and I grew up doing that. So this is something that comes naturally to me, and I hope to be involved and help out in every way I can, and I promise to put all my extra time into this, as I think this is incredibly important for the future of my children. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. My name is Bob Lafergie, and I am running for the Wild Rose Independence Party of Alberta for Regional Director South. My background in politics has been, I've basically been a separatist since 1980. I can even remember the exact moment that I became one. However, it wasn't until 2004 with the Separation Party of Alberta that I became, more politically involved and active, and ran for the Chestermere, the Chestermere Airdrie riding, for the party. That set the stage for 2018, where the person who took over the party after, it kind of fell apart, Glenn Dundas, phoned me up and asked me if I wanted to take over control of the Alberta First Party. And I talked to a handful of people that were board members with me at the time, and we became, what is now the Wild Rose Independence Party of Alberta. I was the first president of the party, and have been actively involved on the board of directors since the formation of Freedom Conservative Party and the merger with Wild Rose Independence. I'd like to continue on and believe that I've got a lot that I can offer and a lot of history with the party. So I'd like your support, but I'd also like you to consider the other people that are running as well. We've got a lot of good people. This party has come a long ways. When we first started out, it was with about 4 or 5 members, and now after the provincial election, it was about 500, and now we're over 6,000, I believe, is the latest numbers out there. So look forward to your support. Thank you very much.
Okay, David needs a minute to set up the next round of videos for our provincial directors at large. While he's working on that, just want to say we have people working behind the scenes to try to get the links out to everybody. It seems we may have set off some kind of spam alert, sending out so many email messages recently, so apologize for that. We're trying to make sure that everybody can get in time to be receiving their pins for voting. So we have a bunch of nominees for provincial directors at large. We're going to move to those videos next as soon as David's ready.
Hello, this is Rob Andrews, and I want to see Alberta as autonomous as possible. I believe we should be the lowest tax jurisdiction in North America. Texas, New Hampshire, Wyoming, Nevada, Washington, Tennessee, and Florida all have no state income tax. That's what Richard Magnus proposed when he was the member of the Legislative Assembly for Calgary North Hill when Ralph Klein was premier. I think as far as other taxes go with regard to capital gains, corporate taxes, fuel taxes, or anything else, that we should enshrine in the Constitution not only private property rights, but that if 10% is good enough for God, it's good enough for government. I want us to have a police department that's independent of Ottawa, a sovereign pension and employment insurance system, and a military reserve based on the Swiss model that would protect firearms owners in Alberta from Ottawa. I want to see Alberta have control over immigration and environmental regulations, and I believe the Wildrose Independence Party should have a policy process where everybody gathers in one room for policy meetings, and we don't have separate camps for the environment, education, or healthcare where special interest groups can dominate the agenda. I thank you for your consideration, and thanks for being involved.
My name is Todd Brown. I wish to announce my intent to run for permanent position on the board of directors and ask for your support to be able to continue the work I have started with the party. I'm a firm believer in true freedom of speech, personal freedom from tyranny, responsible government, and the ability to pursue one's own dreams and beliefs. I believe that the confederation we call Canada is irreparably broken, leaving Alberta with only one viable alternative with which to survive and prosper. I was a firearms and hunter training instructor with the HIA for almost 15 years. I am co-founder of the Concerned Gun Owners of Alberta, a Facebook discussion group, the founder and executive director of Firearms Institute for Rational Education. I have been studying and writing articles on firearms law and the Firearms Act specifically for about 10 years. I sat on the original board of directors for the first Wildrose Party and was the author and proponent of their provincial firearms policy. I have written and influenced gun policy for 5 provincial political parties and 3 federal parties, including the Wildrose Party, the Freedom Conservative Party, as well as the United Conservative Party of Alberta. I have worked with the Libertarian Party of Canada, co-wrote the firearms policy for the People's Party of Canada, and wrote the gun policy for Wexit Saskatchewan, Wexit Canada, and the Wildrose Independence Party. I am the architect responsible for the UCP movement to install Alberta's own provincial chief firearms officer and Saskatchewan's move to provincially controlled CFO as well. Currently a member of the committee that developed the Wildrose Independence Party's proposed policy document and part of several committees within the party. I believe I have much to contribute in continuing to develop good, strong policies, as well as a new and vibrant constitution for a stronger Alberta.
What does it take to sit on the board of directors for a political party? Well, with this one, it takes everything you've got. I've sat on plenty of boards before, and none of them have been as busy as this one. Alberta Independence hasn't just made a comeback, it's here to stay this time. We've hit a nerve with a lot of people because it's about our home, it's about our life, our future. This is personal. Born and raised here, I saw firsthand that with hard work, anyone could create the life and future that they wanted. We have 2 small businesses. We were set to retire by 55. Now, thanks to a government mandated depression, that's been postponed. When I look at my now adult children and the way things are going, the opportunity for them to reach their full potential, let alone enjoy it, it's going to be stolen if we don't do something. This is personal. Outside of voting in elections, this movement is my first real political experience. Already introduced to some of the trials and public tribunals that are part and parcel, I can tell you that this is not for the faint of heart, and it certainly keeps a woman on her toes while grounded in her convictions. When I think of the work ahead and all that needs to be done, it's a little overwhelming. We're going to be attacked at every angle and every turn. It's already started. That's not personal, it just is. This isn't the job for the non-committed, particularly because there's no paycheck. But one day, projects aren't going to be shut down thanks to unwarranted red tape, and layoffs aren't going to follow. New taxes aren't going to pop out of nowhere and trade agreements aren't going to favor other provinces over ours. No more equalization. We're going to be free. Free from Ottawa, free to do things our way, free to do things the right way, free to hope and build a future for every generation that follows. So why am I here? This is home. It's about us. Every Albertan. It's not just a little personal.
Welcome everybody to our first ever AGM. My name is James Gornsrud and I put Albertans first. This is Alberta and these bison on my ranch represent tough, strong, independent, free-thinking Albertans. I have watched the failed federal system of Canada destroy the Albertans' way of life. Enough of us being a colony of Toronto and Quebec. We have 2 years to get this right. I need your support and vote to keep our board on track to 2023 and us forming government. A little history about myself. My family has been in Alberta since the late 1800s, where they homesteaded in central Alberta. My grandchildren are 6th generation Albertans, which means I have skin in the game. I want a bright future for them. I have been self-employed for over 40 years, have been through good times and bad times as a sheet metal ventilation contractor. My experience in the building trades has given me the ability to work well with others and to get the job done. Having completed major building projects all across Alberta, Saskatchewan, Yukon, and Northwest Territories as a contractor and working with project managers, architects, engineers, I have learned to be a negotiator to resolve complex problems. I feel my experience in this field is of utmost importance. We must bring all separation movements under our banner. I promise I will work hard towards this end. I am not and have never been a politician. I'm not in this for fame or money. We need to check our egos at the door and work together as a board for our plan to win in 2023. Losing is not an option. The children and grandchildren of all Albertans need us to get this done and win. My name is James Cornsroot. I put Albertans first.
Good morning, Alberta. My name is Brandon Hodell. As many of you are currently aware, I'm running for the board of directors for the Wild Rose Independence Party of Alberta at this AGM. A little bit about myself. I was born and raised in Red Deer, Alberta. I have served on the front lines as a paramedic for over 12 years in the province, and I have been an advanced care paramedic since about 2016. I'm also a member of the Métis Nations of Alberta, which I joined as a teenager after discovering that my great-grandfather on my mother's side of the family was the chief of the Crow Nation in the northern United States. With that said, I think I make a great addition to the Board of Governors for WIPA as part of their team, because I work with many different types of people from all walks of life with many different backgrounds, and I'm fairly confident when it comes to conflict resolution to help get the job done in the workplace. With that said, I also know that we're all here for the same reason today. We're all here to take a stand against Ottawa because of our economic and political oppression. And I think we're all here today because we all agree that the only way that we can bring back our economic prosperity and social stability is through our independence. And I also think I speak for a lot of you when I say we're also sick and tired of the status quo, which is being corruption within our politics. That's why I want to help be on the board, because I want to help draft policy to have safeguards in place, as well as means of removing people from positions if they're not doing what the people want or if they're not representing the membership. I don't see myself as a politician. I see myself as an advocate or a representative for the people of Alberta, which is why I would appreciate your support moving forward. And that's why I'd also appreciate your vote today at this AGM. I'd like to help build the party and move the movement forward so that we can try to secure a majority government in 2023. Thank you for your time and take care.
My name is Dr. Gord Janke, and I would like your vote for director on the board of the Wild Rose Independence Party. I believe that there are very few things in life that affect people more directly in the quality of their day-to-day lives than does politics. After spending years educating myself with respect to politics, it has become crystal clear to me that Alberta was and is being treated very unfairly within Confederation. Over the last few years, we've seen record unemployment among Albertans, thousands of businesses shuttered permanently, a massive increase in bankruptcies, and unprecedented despair among the people of Alberta. And this was before COVID ever reached our province. Instead, it was because of a jaw-dropping lack of support from a country that Albertans have supported, especially financially, throughout their history. When Albertans needed support, we were met with derision and insults. As a result, I've come to the obvious conclusion that Alberta has only one choice, and that is to determine its own destiny, chart its own course. And make no mistake, in Alberta we can do this. Alberta is blessed with an abundance of riches as a province. We have one of the youngest, most resourceful, and hardworking workforces anywhere on earth. It is also one of the most highly educated. And we have a rich abundance of natural resources in this province. This includes a vibrant forestry industry, a world-class tourism industry, some of the most productive farmers anywhere, a very substantial mining industry, and yes, the world's most ethical, advanced, and environmentally responsible energy industry, sitting on the third largest oil reserve on planet Earth. Unfortunately, all this wealth has been squandered because Alberta has labored under the crushing weight of a confederation that is purposely set up to stifle and control it. But I believe that Albertans can do better and that we must do better. With independence comes an unleashing of this potential. While many will look at the risks of such a consequential step, I choose to look at the vast opportunity before us, but also the risks of not taking this step. I truly believe that we can do this. I am reminded of a quote made by a former US Supreme Court Justice who said, "Stand up for what you believe in, but do it in such a way that others cannot help but come along." I need your vote. Thank you.
My name is Bill Jones, and I'm seeking position on the board of directors for the Wild Rose Independent Party. I entered politics 2 years ago when I joined the Freedom Conservatives and campaigned for Malcolm Stinson in the Fort Saskatchewan riding. After the election, I joined the board of directors as party secretary, and later I was appointed president of the party. As president, I created the 5-point unity plan to unify the independent movement and the disenfranchised conservatives. It was a great success, unifying 4 groups, including the FCP and Wexit, into a formidable political force. After the merge, I continue to sit as director for the new Wild Rose. I've been a separatist since I was 18, and I believe Alberta independence is inevitable. However, inevitable has no timeline nor defined path. In our human experience, we cannot control time, but we can control our path. I believe with solid planning and well-focused goals, the inevitable will be achieved in its own best time. There are many milestones on the path to independence. Albertans would need a favorable provincial government, for even if a referendum on independence was successful, an unfavorable government would undermine independence. Before Albertans will trust us to govern a new nation, we must prove we can govern a province. The first goal must be for the Wild Rose to win government. To do this, the party must appeal to Albertans, many who do not hold independence high on their list. We need to create a party that not only appeals to the independence movement, but also appeals to other Albertans whose issues have nothing to do with independence. I hope to continue to build on my past efforts and help guide our party to a successful election. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Alan McLennan. The original Wild Rose Party and movement has been absorbed and nullified by the UCP, resulting in central control, which gives rise to such draconian legislations as these public health orders and the new Administrative Penalties Act. Our Canadian Constitution, the British North America Act, has been breached through every administration. Albertans are now concerned about inequality because all leaders of Alberta have done nothing to reaffirm the powers of our Constitution. Our dictatorial federal government wants to disarm the Canadian public, just like in New Zealand, Australia, and England. CO2 and the Wuhan virus are 2 of the invisible threats that dictators and the media use to keep us in a continuous state of fear. The Government of Canada prints money, then borrows it back at interest, and forcibly takes the money from the population through repressive taxation, while supporting banks that lend up to 50 times the amount they have in deposits, resulting in a massive inflation and debt, many times the actual currency to pay it back. This falsehood allows government to use the people's own money to subjugate them. Political correctness, including abortion, is deemed more important than anything. Any frivolous aberration of our values will be promoted by the mass media as a righteous issue, the genocide of Western Christian values, our history, culture, and families. This culminates in media-driven legislation of sacrosanct leftist agendas to victimize truth on the right in favor of hurt feelings on the left. We're in a war unlike any war that has occurred in history. Free speech laws are not about parroting the government and mass media's latest trending movements, where government is historically the worst arbiter of what free speech entails. You'll be accused of being a climate change denier, conspiracy theorist, gun nut, anti-vaxxer, anti-masker, transphobic, homophobic, Islamophobic, xenophobic, but never Christian phobic. We must collectively refuse to support cowardly governments and MLAs that are full of hollow but appealing words. Help me turn back the current tide of evil invading Alberta, Canada, and this planet with a new nation of Alberta. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Jeevan Mangat. I have grown up in Calgary and I have a degree in engineering from U of C. The National Energy Program forced me to leave Alberta and find employment in Toronto. After returning to Calgary in 1988, my wife Nina and I entered the restaurant business. This was the best education I received. We have 2 boys, Gravir and Manraj. Currently, I am a commercial property manager. My volunteer duties have been with Kids Cancer Care Foundation, Children's Wish Foundation, and I was a board member with Third Academy School, which is a school for special needs children. My political career, I was a candidate for the Wild Rose Party in 2012, where I lost by 144 votes, and in 2015, in the riding of Calgary Fort. In 2018, I was one of the UCP nominees for the riding of Calgary-Pagan. Why do I choose independence? Bilingualism. No policy infuriates me more than our official language act. Through bilingualism, Quebec controls Canada. Outside Quebec, approximately 1% of adults are bilingual. Diane Francis at a Manning conference said, unless Laurentian elites are eliminated, Canada will always be beholden to Quebec. Abolish supply management. Every dairy farm should be allowed to sell anywhere in Canada. Albertans are a free enterprising society. Transfer payments. The end result of this program, provinces that are unproductive remain unproductive. My goal is to promote Wild Rose Independence Party and speak about these policies. Unfortunately, these policies can never be abolished. The Constitution amending formula requires that change be passed in the House of Commons, the Senate, and then at least 2/3 of provincial legislative assemblies representing at least 50% of the province's total population. In essence, it's virtually impossible to amend the Constitution. Thank you. I seek your support.
It is a pleasure to be here, and I want to thank you for the privilege and for your support in running for position with the Wild Rose Independence Party of Alberta. I am among brilliant minds and visionaries here today with a desire to be a part of creating a better and brighter future for all Albertans. Being a father of 3, I believe in building a strong and lasting nation that will support our sons and daughters and their future generations to come. My name is Corey McFadden, and I'm running for a position on the board of directors, and I'm asking you here today for your support achieving this. I know that your support and allowing me to become a part of this team of directors, that I will have a positive impact, the ability to strengthen leadership qualities and enhance team building skills with both board members and CAs alike. I have a vast range of experience, knowledge, skill sets, and qualities, and I am here to help support the people of Alberta. I am here to collaborate and create viable solutions moving forward with each and every one of you who are willing to do the same. Strengthening all of our people, our people's unions, farmers, environmental initiatives, our viable natural resources and land, and to create solutions for abundance, health, and wealth rather than lack. I am not afraid to seek the truth or a solution. In fact, I've become determined to do so. I'm looking for those who are willing to do the same and to support me here today so I can support you in moving forward, creating a nation where we, the people, prosper. I stand for strong moral values. I believe in strengthening the family unit and creating resources and systems for the people, and healing the trauma that these outdated systems of control have created, with no effective plans for a solution. I stand my ground and I advocate for what's right, and I am here to listen to the needs of the people and to be a leader amongst leaders, including all of you here today, who put in the commitment to show up, and I thank you for your support, and I look forward to working with so many of you in the future.
Hi,
My name is Chad Miller. I am the current VP of Membership for the Wild Rose Independence Party of Alberta. I'm putting my name forward again to hopefully secure a position on the board of directors following this year's AGM on January 23rd. For the past year and a half, I have donated countless man hours consistently, day in and day out. I've worked very hard in helping build this party to where it is now. That being said, that didn't go without a lot of help from our past and current board members. The many new upcoming challenges we face as a party with the newly elected board of directors moving forward, we will need to work as hard and as equally as each other to get to that next level towards achieving independence. Now look, I'm an oil field dad. I'm a blue collar working family man. I'm a husband to a beautiful wife. I'm a father of 3 amazing children. My commitment to my family is as it is to all Albertans, wanting a better future for our families. My commitment to this party is the same as every Albertan out there that is willing to make this change, sacrificing a huge part of our life schedule, donating more time you ever thought possible, and then some. My commitment is to help move this party into position to help bring back our freedoms, our rights, and most importantly, our independence. I look forward to hopefully working with the new board of directors in the near future, and I'm also looking for your support. Vote for me on January 23rd. Thanks.
My name is Paul Mitchell, and I'm running for the board of Wild Rose Independence Party. I currently serve on the board on the Policy and Governance Committee, as well as the Communications Committee. I work almost every day with interim leader Paul Hinman to get the message out and show Albertans why we are the best alternative to form the next government here in Alberta. The polls are looking excellent at the moment. We could already potentially win seats in the rural ridings, but we need to spread that message right across the province, and that's what we're going to do. Alberta is in a very, very tough situation right now. We have a federal government that is throttling our economy, and they're not cooperating whatsoever to help us out. And unfortunately, the Kenney government in Edmonton is also trampling on the individual freedoms of many Albertans. They're shutting down businesses, and this is a completely wrong approach. And so Wild Rose is not only going to fight for the individual freedom of every Albertan, but we are also going to take all the steps necessary to have a successful referendum on independence. That's our goal, our mission, and I hope that you'll vote for me to stay on the board so that I can keep helping out with that. Now, my background is with the Reform Party. I spent years on Parliament Hill. I was the right-hand man for Bob Nels, Reform Member of Parliament for Red Deer. In more recent times, I helped to write a lot of the policy for People's Party of Canada, and I did run in the 2019 election. I got quite a good result. Amongst the People's Party candidates right across the country, I was right behind Max Bernier in terms of our result. But this year, my focus is 100% on Alberta First and fighting with Wild Rose. That's my mission. And so I hope that you will vote for me, Paul Mitchell, to stay on the board so we can get this job done. Thank you.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dennis Modry. Since the inception of the Wild Rose Independence Party, I've had the privilege of holding the executive position as the VP of Policy and Governance, which you now see on the website. The founding principles, purpose, vision, and mission statements, the platform, bylaws, and the policy and governance document is the culmination of many thousands of man-hours by the P&G committee and the interim board, supported by constitutional legal advice. With respect to the P&G document, it is truly the backbone of what WIPA stands for. If you've not read it, I encourage you to do so. What is important to understand is that this document, unlike any other, defines the policies of the future Wild Rose government once elected, not the policies of a government struggling to extricate Alberta out of Canada. Now, the question before us is what's next? How do we achieve independence with a sense of urgency? Well, The key is to win the hearts and minds of our fellow Albertans. We must have a full court press to inform, educate, inspire, and engage the public on the rationale for independence, the merits of independence, how Wild Rose will make it happen, and how the concerns of independence will be assuaged for both Albertans and the international business and financial community. This requires a well thought out strategic plan to achieve Alberta sovereignty. And fortunately, draft number 1 of that plan has been developed. In closing, let me leave you with 2 urgent and important tasks that you can all help with us to assure victory. 1, completing the setup of all 87 constituency associations within the next several months. And 2, helping to rapidly grow the membership to 500 to 700,000 or more proud Alberta WIPA members. With independents like-minded can-do Albertans like all of you, we will together achieve the seemingly impossible reality of Alberta sovereignty. Thank you for your attention.
My name is Rick Northey, and I'm the current president of the Wild Rose Independence Party of Alberta. I was born in Peterborough, Ontario, but I've lived half my life here in Alberta. I've experienced both the boom times and the financial hardships which can sometimes follow. My political involvement started at the University of Windsor when I joined the Reform Party of Canada, and in hindsight, I suppose it's probably inevitable that I moved to Calgary, always being something of a rebel. I was active for several years as a volunteer in the old Wild Rose Party. I worked on many election campaigns, filling almost every possible position at one time or another. I've also been president of both Wild Rose and UCP constituencies, so I know the hard and unglamorous work that goes on behind the scenes to build political parties. During this last year, I was the chair of the committee which wrote our current interim constitution, and I helped negotiate the last phase of the FCP-Wexit merger. I've tried to learn and adapt from the mistakes of both Wild Rose and the UCP, developing policies and procedures based on past successes and failures. Several months of work is now being submitted to our members for approval to be the broad framework of the next phase of Wild Rose. I recently published an article where I argued the necessity of Alberta independence. I signed my name to it, and I've already been denounced by some of my old friends as a traitor to their vision of Canada. To this, I can only say, change never happens without some conflict, and the idea of change always scares a few. But what we have now is unacceptable. I am committed to making that change happen, and I think that my experience and knowledge will help us build a party that can win an election while staying true to our principles. If we have principles without power, we're merely a debating club. If we have power without principles, then we're Jason Kenney. And if our principles are misguided, then we're the NDP. I ask for your vote and your support so I can serve you on the Wild Rose board for another year. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing well. First off, I'd like to thank everyone, each and every one of you, for doing what you're doing. You're becoming members, you're joining constituency associations, you're taking leadership roles in those constituency associations. The interim board and everybody that's involved in all the committees, everyone, thank you very much. It's important. I need to acknowledge this great opportunity that's been given me. It's not very often that a man comes across such opportunities in his life, to make a difference, right? And I'll tell you what, I'm not going to squander this opportunity at all. Okay, so here we are. Sparkle Socks has driven the last few nails into Alberta's coffin, and the funeral arrangements have been made. These nails are in the form of C69, C48, and this exponential carbon tax. Jason Kenney, he's not much help, more of a hindrance in my eyes. Slipping in all these bills since July, orders in council. It's ridiculous. I'll tell you what, the bare bones of it are this. Alberta's going to be picked clean of all its meat. It's going to be sitting there, a shriveling old carcass of what it once was. Great economic powerhouse that, picked clean. I believe the Wild Rose Independence Party, because that's where I'm going, independence. Wild Rose Independence Party is a vehicle that we can use to get to a better place. This road to ruin has got to stop, and it's got to stop now. I'm asking for your support to get on this board and to help steer it in a much, much better direction, much better direction. I'd appreciate your support. Thank you very much.
Okay, David needs a second to reset. We have one more video from Kelly Williamson, who's running for regional director. I've also been informed that not everybody submitted a video or didn't submit them in time to be included in the montage. So for that, we apologize. But David will run the one from Mr. Williamson as soon as he's reset and ready to go.
I'm a candidate for regional director of the Alberta South region. Things have never been more difficult for Alberta. Now, in addition to the institutional unfairness of Confederation, the federal government has moved very far to the left. Environmentalism has become a quasi-religious fascination of Eastern Canada, and this impractical and fear-based ideology has given our federal government license to put an end to the Alberta way of life. The news today is full of stories of punitive initiatives in pursuit of unachievable goals. These initiatives come almost exclusively at Alberta's expense. I used to be interested in trying to fix Canada, but given the extraordinary events of the past 5 years, I see secession as the only solution. Having our own borders and control of our economy has now become imperative. I was fortunate enough to retire early. During my career, I managed a capital budget as high as $300 million per year and have successfully organized $1.7 billion of corporate and property acquisitions. My business unit grew from 300 to about 3,000 people. I was part of an organization that grew very rapidly. This rapid growth was principally due to teamwork and discipline. I have a great skill set to bring to the table, and I now have time to devote to the Wild Rose. Since 2019, I have been an activist. I have written more than 50 articles about what's happening to Alberta. Feedback to my activist writing has been very positive. Now I'm ready to move to supporting a political party. I'm convinced the Wild Rose Independence Party is poised for tremendous growth in the coming years. I want to be part of reshaping Alberta's future. I will work hard to get constituency associations ready for the next election and any by-election opportunities that come up. Please vote for me. Thank you.
Okay, are we ready to move to the voting now? Yes, excellent. No, you're muted, Kathy.
Oh, now I'm not. We are ready to move to the vote. Okay, so I am first going to talk everybody through how this is going to work. Then we're going to run through how this is going to work with a slideshow. And then I'm going to do some practice runs with you. Okay, I just wanted to double check my own connectivity to make sure everything is good to go. So this is what Election Buddy is going to look like for us to do our voting. You're going to get an email. Nobody got one yet. You're going to get one here very shortly. In that email is going to be an access key and a password. It is your access key. It is your password. Nobody else has that one. It is only yours and yours alone. That's what you're going to need to get into the ballots. We're going to run through 2 practice ballots together so we can kind of, get the jitters out before it's the real deal. And then once we've gone through those 2 practice ballots together, and I'm going to share my screen to do that so you can watch what I'm doing and then you can do the same thing. Then we're going to go to the real ballots, and we have 5 real ballots to get through this morning. So maybe David, can we begin by just pulling up those screenshots that we have of what people can expect to see. So this is what your email is going to look like when you receive it. And maybe Bailey, what I'll get you to do, I've got Election Buddy on with me now. I'll get you to send those emails out now. Okay, I've got the thumbs up. Don't open them yet. Don't open anything until I tell you to open it. So you're going to get this email. This is what it's going to look like. You'll see on there that there's a link. That link is going to open up another tab on your screen. And you've got your access key and your password. The one you see here is just an example. That's not the one you need. The access key and password is going to be in your email. Now, this is where you guys have to listen to me very carefully. If there are 2 of you or even 3 of you in your house and you're all, this is like, you know, movie day and you're all watching this together and you all want to vote together, you're going to have to do a little bit of extra work to make that happen if you're doing it on the same device. If you're all on different devices, it doesn't matter. But if you're all on the same device, you have 2 options. The first is if you're in incognito mode, you can open up separate tabs for each one of your emails. If you're not in incognito mode or you don't know how to do that, then your other option is to have private browsers. So one can be on Chrome, one can be on Firefox, one can be on one of the others, that sort of thing. If you do have different devices though, if you can kind of keep this screen going on your laptop and then maybe do the voting from your phones, that's really the best. But otherwise, if you want all the tabs up, you've got to be in incognito mode, or you've each got to use your own browser, your own private browser to make that happen. Otherwise, what the system does is it just presumes it's you, and so it will only open up one of those emails and continue to go forward. So this is what your first email is going to look like. So then when you click on that Election Buddy key link, it's going to go to another screen. And right here. So then this is where it's going to open up. Use the link found in your email. So that's your access key and your password. This is where you're going to enter it in. Now make sure you get your access key and your password in the right order. They're both going to be numbers. No letters required, no special symbols, just numbers. So maybe if your memory is a little bit like mine and it's good, but not that good to remember 2 numbers like that in once, just quickly write them down. And then you'll have them for the next page. So then you authenticate. From there, it's going to take you to the next page, which we should have a graphic for. I think. There it is. Every vote is going to require a PIN, with the exception of our very first practice vote. So the way you get that PIN is from this live stream. We're going to give it to you in real time. Nobody gets those until we open up these ballots. That's when you'll get the PIN for that. Now the biggest, I think the biggest thing we need to remember while we're going through this is don't overthink it. A lot of people have been overthinking this. It's actually very easy and it's very seamless, and those first 2 practice votes that we're going to do together are going to help you get familiar with that. So I want to give you guys a minute now to either get yourself into incognito mode and tabs up if that's what you need to do, or open up some browsers, but remember whose browser is whose as you're moving through, so that you know which one to pop up when it comes time to vote. Okay, and your emails should have arrived because mine did. I'm going to just open mine up. Now, if you did not get an email, can I get you, David, can you put the email up for the Election Buddy if you did not get an email? This is the email you need to connect with, and they're going to send you an access key and a password. We've already learned this morning that a few people did not get the link to this when they should have. Thank you, David. So there it is. I feel like I'm on the news. Can you put this up, please? WIPA@electionbuddy.com. That's the email. If you have not received a link, let them know about it. Let them know about it. They've got the list of names, and they're going to confirm that name that is on their list, and then they will send you an access key and a password. This first one that we go through, we are going to make sure to take our time. Okay, so we're not going to rush through anything because this is important to a lot of people. Now, I just want to double, are you getting any emails, Bailey?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Okay. So one quick round through, we'll just give it a couple, like, I don't know, a couple minutes to see and to make sure. So again, if there's multiple people, David, are you serious, David? You didn't get yours? So if there's multiple people in your house and you want to have multiple tabs up, each with your own email on, you've got to be in incognito mode. If you want to use separate browsers, do that. Also check junk or spam. Make sure that the email didn't go into there, because that can happen too. One person said that their email from us this morning went into promotions. If you've got a Gmail account, double check that one. Or you've got, open it all up, like I was saying, in separate browsers. Best case scenario is each of you be on a separate device, and then there won't be any issue at all. How are we doing?
We got some emails now, so me and my teammate are just going through them.
Okay, so we did get some emails. We're gonna just hang tight and wait for those guys to get their access keys and passwords. You're typing furiously to make sure. There, perfect. Perfect. And again, if you're not sure and you've got a quick minute, check your junk mail, your spam. If you've got Gmail, check your promotions.
Kathy, I have a quick question for you.
Yeah.
If someone's not on the list, who do you want me to forward that to?
To me, please. Okay, guys, we're gonna just take our time on this one. Make sure that everybody's in that should be in. So you'll have to just bear with us while we are making sure that all emails are good and all names are good. Okay, yeah, that one's good to go.
Which one?
There we go. I will email it back. Did you send me another one?
Yes, I've sent you two, and Jesus is going to send you another, it looks like.
Okay. Okay.
reads voters' coffee.
Okay.
I don't know what their region is.
Oh, okay. I'll tell you that too.
Okay, and if you can get Pamela's and just send that.
South. I recognize that name. Okay, I see what happened there. Okay, again, if you did not get an email, okay, hang on. You have to email the helpline. At email@electionbuddy.com. Right? Did I say that right? Okay. Are they slowing down at all?
Right now we have 20 emails in the inbox, 21. So I think we might need some time to go through this.
Okay, we're gonna need some time. Okay. Well then, you know what, guys? Why don't we give us, if I say 10 minutes? Does that work? You think?
We'll see how it's going. It's a lot more work if I have to keep adding people.
Okay, well that might not be the case. So, okay. You know what? Let us do another bio break for 10 minutes while we contend with these emails that are coming in, and then we will get back to you guys in 10 minutes. Unless Rick and crew want to chat with you for a little bit until we get this sorted out. Either way is fine. Again, the election process, someone says to me, well, it's not Dominion. Ha. We're going to make sure this is done right.
Okay, well, I got mine in. So you click on the link in the email. The email also contains two numbers, which is your login and your PIN number. So you have to take those two numbers from your email and put them into the window that opens up when you click on the link, and then it takes you to the practice question.
Yeah, but the problem that's happening, Rick, is that we've got people emailing the helpline saying they didn't get an email yet.
Okay, well, the first thing to do is check your junk, obviously.
Exactly. So that's what we're just working through right now. So maybe we'll take me off the screen while I work with Bailey here at Election Buddy.
Okay, yeah, it's better that we work this out now before we have the real vote. Okay, well, while we've got a minute here, and I seem like I'm still on, I got an email from David Wildman here, and he says, "Hey Rick, just watching the AGM, just my 2 cents, but sensing division on what independence means in this debate. Um, Certainly, not everybody in this party all agrees on one vision. Seems like a lot of divide on this point from the people within." Yeah, that's true. We're having this internal debate right now, and hopefully it'll be settled at a policy conference in the summer. So, for example, Donna Scott, for example, is hardcore separatism. Won't accept anything less. Gives me crap anytime I say anything that's less than that, and I respect her opinion. Um, but we need to have this debate internally, and we need to decide it ourselves internally so we can present a united front to the world. And I myself, I think separatism is inevitable. It's only a matter of time because I grew up in the East and I lived there. I'll tell you that they'll never negotiate in good faith with us. We will offer to negotiate with them in some form and we won't get anywhere. So the answer to David's question is yes, your sense is correct. We are not yet a united front on where we see this party going and how we're going to get there. So, but keep the debate going. And if you don't agree with me, feel free to get in touch with me and tell me you don't agree. So I'm going to have to mute this because I'm getting some phone calls here. So hopefully people are taking their bio breaks and we will continue with the practice voting shortly. Yeah, please, 15 minutes.
Am I on now? Yes, I am. Okay. I will give you guys an update as to what we're doing. So we are running through all of these emails that are coming in. And I kind of anticipated this because we had some that did they were in the system wrong to begin with this morning. So we were scrambling to get the link out to people who had bought registrations as well. So to give you an update, we're down to about 20-ish emails, I think. Yeah, so we're going through. If you did not buy an AGM registration, you do not get a, you're not going to get a link to the vote. So that's how that goes. And there's been a few of those that have come in where they're here, they're sharing their screen or something. Anyways, I'm not sure. They got the link, somebody sent it to them. But if you did not buy an AGM registration, you do not get to vote in this election. Some other people are calling me, and I'm really sorry I can't answer you right now because I'm trying to check these names. Working alongside with Election Buddy. So if you didn't get, what's that?
Sorry.
Oh, she's talking.
Coworker did something weird.
So if you did not get a link, you've got to email WIPA@electionbuddy.com. It does no good to call me because I don't have the access key and the password that you need. So we're going to just keep going through here and seeing who else we can help get on. And who may not, but just to confirm that that's how this works. If you did not buy a registration, then you will not get a key or access to this. We are working furiously. Okay, let's see. Oh, we have another video. That's awesome. Okay, let's play it. Who's the video? Sorry, guys, I've been so busy. Here we go.
Hi, my name is Tanner Day. I'm an economist, graduating from the University of Calgary with a degree in economics, and I'm trained in a very specific subset of economics that pertains to political policy. I am here because we in Alberta are in danger of forever losing our freedom. All my life I have lived and grown up in Alberta, and I'm very proud to say so. But we are not loved by Ottawa. We are very cruelly dismissed while we are simultaneously crushed by rules and regulation and restriction to be utilized momentarily as an economic engine to feed the insatiable mouths of these politicians who wish to spend our money on their now very evident globalist agenda. We were promised, however, by the current provincial government that they were going to mount a defense against this federal bombardment. Their actions, however, have proven otherwise. Yet what is most concerning, the great dreadnought that now emerges from the shadows, is the ever increasing and incredible restriction that now categorizes our province and this country. Every leader, if we study history, who has been endowed with this sort of dictatorial power that is unchecked, whether it be for the good of the nation or for whatever reason, every time, it always leads to unnecessary human suffering. And so, I think it's necessary to fight. and I wish to use my specific set of skills and abilities to aid in this battle so that we here in Alberta might be able to live freely and justly and freely pursue life. Thank you.
Tanner. But yeah, that's awesome. I'm still Tanner. Anyways, I'll give you another quick update. Again, if you did not buy an AGM registration, you will not get a link to vote in this election. The other thing I need you guys to remember is that some of you have already popped in. You're keeners, you're real go-getters, you're already in the system. You made it through that practice vote. You're telling us whether you like vanilla ice cream or not. That's awesome. Now you're stuck. You're gonna have to just wait because you're gonna need pins from here on in. So just hang tight. Grab a coffee. We're going into lunch, so grab a lunch, grab something to eat, and we are almost at the end of our time here, I think, because I'm not. Yeah, I think we're good. Well, we're not good yet, but we are getting definitely better. So just a reminder: if you're already in, you're pretty tech savvy, you know how to do this stuff. You are going to be stuck until you get the pin from me for the second practice vote. You're going to have to wait for the rest of us to catch up to you. If you did not buy an AGM ticket, a registration, you will not be getting an email to vote in the elections that are coming up. That's how that works. If you have not been receiving any, I got noise coming all over the place here. If you've not been receiving emails from us, from the Wild Rose Independence Party, we need you to email us and let us know that, because then there's something within our system. Because I've got a few messages of that too. I didn't even get emails to the AGM. So I'm assuming somebody else told you that the AGM was today, either yesterday or this morning or something. So if that's the case, we need to get that fixed up as we move forward as well. Yeah, so, I've got a couple more to do here, so I better get back to work and look up some more names. Let me see. Okay, I think we are good to go. I'm just going to turn Bailey down a little bit. Again, I'm going to reiterate, guys and gals, if you did not buy a or purchase of AGM registration, you are not going to get to vote today. Some people are in here as observers. Those who bought the registration are the ones who get to vote. So that's how that's going to work. So if you did not get a link, that's the reason behind it. The emails have slowed down significantly. So as we get going, we will, if anything comes up, we'll deal with it as we go. But I want to share my screen, and I know a good chunk of you are already past the ice cream question. You have already decided what you want for ice cream. I don't need these anymore, so that's good. But we're going to help the rest of you get there and catch up. So I think, David, can you tell me if they're seeing my screen, please? Yes, I think they are now. Okay, so this is again what your email should look like. Wildrose Independence Party of Alberta, vote now. This is from Election Buddy. And then it's going to show your key and your password at the bottom. So you click on this link right here. And again, if you have more than one person in your family and you're all using the same device, you're going to need those tabs up in incognito mode, or each of you using your own individual browser. But it's best if you can do this all on different devices. So in we go. Now we're going to put in the access key. So I will put in mine. Many of you have already done this. Okay, save password, no. Oh, something else that has happened too is some people in their browsers, they'll get a little warning that comes up at the top that says, no, this place isn't safe, don't do it. And it's something to do with the password and the access key both being numbers. It will trigger that for some of you who have got that kind of protection on your devices. So don't worry, that's all it is. It's just because the access key and the password are both numbers, and it's catching that, saying this might not be safe. So here we are at the practice vote, which a number of you have already decided whether vanilla ice cream is the best or not. I say that it is because it's the most versatile. I can put chocolate on it, I can put strawberries on it, I can put walnuts on it, I can put all of the above on it. So to me, yes, that is absolutely the best ice cream there is. You can verify your selection. Now it's going to say, are you sure? Do you agree that vanilla ice cream is the best? Now, if you say, no, you know what, maybe it isn't, you can edit your ballot. Just back out of that. You're right back to where you were, and you can say, no, you know what, I'm not feeling it today. We're not doing vanilla ice cream. So then you can verify your selection that way. Now it's going to say, okay, review your choices. Do you agree? No, I don't agree. I've changed my mind. And then you submit the ballot. It's all about the orange button. Submitting. Thank you. You're done. Your ballot choices have been registered. So now we go on to the next vote. Here is where some of you are stuck because you're waiting for that pin that we're going to need. Now that pin is going to come across the screen, but we're going to just give people a few extra minutes to make it through that first practice vote if they need. Bailey, how is it looking on your side with that?
Let's see. As of right now, we have 310 submitted.
Wow, okay. You guys are on the ball today. Well done. Well done. Out of how many?
469.
469. Okay, so we're at 310 out of 469 people that are supposed to be voting right now. So some of you gotta catch up. You're being a little bit slow. So we'll give you a few minutes. because, and the reason for that, so for those who are wondering, why are we waiting? Because we all have to go through this together so as to not leave anybody behind, is what's going on here. So we're going to make sure that everybody is in, and everybody gets to vote, because that is why we're here. So we've got 469, that's impressive. That's really good. 310 so far. So we'll give these others a chance to catch up. And I don't think you're getting any more emails either, are you, Bailey? No. No? Okay. So nice. Okay. So everybody's looked after. The emails have stopped coming in. So that's great. Thank you very much to everybody for your patience as we caught you up and got you fixed up in there. I guess after we're done this process, we will have to decide, is this actually easier, or is in-person and counting ballots easier? I don't know. I don't know. I was hearing though when I was chatting with Bailey with Elections Buddies earlier that some people are saying, yeah, you know, we could do paper ballots, but this works so well, they just go back to doing it all online like this. Okay, so we are going to be, let me see. We're 5 minutes in. David, can I get you to put up a 10-minute timer, please? We're going to put a countdown on. How are we doing for numbers now, Bailey?
Right now we have 319 out of 469 with 2 people who haven't hit submit yet. They haven't made their choice whether or not they want vanilla ice cream or not.
2 people haven't chosen vanilla ice cream or not?
Yeah.
Oh, we got to get going here. Okay, the practice vote pin is on the screen. Bailey, is that going to mess you up at all?
I don't think so.
Okay. Oh, and some people are having a 5-minute delay. That's good to know. Okay. That's really good to know. All this internet that's supposed to make life easier, and then it doesn't. Yeah, rural internet, no kidding. No kidding. Also, just everybody, I see my phone is blowing up. There's calls coming in and there's text coming in, and I have no ability to get to you. I have no ability to answer you. So if it's this related, I need you to just email WIPA@electionbuddy.com. They're there to help you. They're going to be able to help you better than I can. And if it's whatever something after, then I will catch up with you after the meeting and let you know and just connect with you there. Yeah, somebody else says technology is great when it works. I'm like, exactly. It's all good until it isn't. All good until it isn't. So things are getting tidied up in the back. Some of you have decided whether you like vanilla ice cream or not, which is good. Although the weather in here today in Edmonton, I don't think you'd be having ice cream. Winter came with a shout. And it's sounding a little bit quiet now. Are we getting closer to that 469?
We're at 324 right now.
Oh my gosh, guys. Okay, come on. 324. You got to get your votes in because we're waiting for you guys.
Kathy, I guess a good question is how many people do you have in the meeting right now?
That is a great question. How many people do we have in the meeting now, David? $246 viewers. Okay, well, it might be slowing down then if nobody else is responding to that first question. Because, yeah, they'll be counting couples and families that are all together. Legally or maybe even illegally, depending. Or are we allowed to visit one another yet? Is that a thing now?
I think that's Monday.
Oh. Okay.
All right, we got 325 with none open right now.
325 with none open. Hmm. $325 out of $469. Okay, well, we'll let the counter continue down. We've got just under 6 minutes. And the reason that I'm letting this counter go down is because we agreed as a board to give people time to answer these questions, and the time that was chosen was right around that 15-minute mark, just to give everybody that opportunity to get in here and to do what they need to do. Also, we were wondering, what if we have connectivity issues, and it seems that we have that there are some people that are on rural internet and there is a delay that's happening, and so we want to make sure and give them an opportunity to get in here, because once we get past this point, that tells us who's voting and who's not. That's kind of your check-in, if you will. And so we want to make sure everybody who is who's eligible to vote is in here and ready to go on. So that's why we're being a little bit patient, just managing our way through these technical glitches and seeing what's what. Now, some of you might already be to that second practice vote question that needs the pin now. Don't tell anybody what that practice question is. You have to let them decide for themselves what they want to choose. Yeah?
People are getting confused that so far the only thing they voted on is ice cream.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Just try and reiterate being like, yes, you will vote on the ice cream, and then you will go to that page where it's asking for a pin, and then you will wait.
Okay. So, yeah, there's some people who are confused, for sure. So you'll go to the page where it's asking you for a pin again. It's this one here. This is probably where you are. This is where you're going to be stuck. Until we get everybody in here, you can't do anything. You can't do anything until we get everybody in. So I think that's the bulk of the emails that you're answering now. Is it, Bailey?
Yeah.
Okay. Has that number climbed at all?
We're at 328 now.
Okay, so there's a couple more, which was probably that rural delay that's coming in. If the rural delay has caused you to be really, really behind, which I can't imagine, we've been at this for a while, you will have gotten an email from Election Buddy about how to do this vote. You want to click on the link in the email, put in your access key and your password, and there you're going to be taken to a practice question about ice cream. Decide whether you like vanilla ice cream or not. Choose that. Then you accept that and you move on. You submit that ballot and you move on to the next practice ballot. That next practice ballot is going to require a pin. That's what we're waiting for right now. There's quite a few people that are stuck at the gate, if you will, waiting for this pin. And it is on the screen if you want to give it a go and go in, but then you're going to be stuck again. So just a heads up. with all of the fun that we've seen with voting down south and in Canada for that matter with different leadership conventions, we've had to go to all kinds of trouble to make this as safe and secure and diplomatic and democratic as possible. And it's also a bit of a pain, but we want to make sure it's all done right. Okay, just a little less than 2 minutes. And then we will take that as our base of voters and we will move on. You sound frustrated.
Someone's having issues entering their access key and password, so I'm just trying to diagnose it the best I can.
Ah, and there you go. See, so it is live. Exactly what you're seeing is live going on. They're helping people in the background, making sure they've got access keys and passwords. Now, sometimes people will get those two mixed up and they'll be trying to put the wrong one in. They'll populate the wrong one in the wrong line. So you want to make sure you're doing that right. Also, remember, we have got a number of votes to work through here. We're going to work right through lunch. So the first one is going to be on the regional directors. Once we get through this, that first vote is going to be on the regional directors. When we get to that vote, the only people that are going to be on that ballot are the ones who are able to run in your region. So you don't have to worry about, oh, I don't know, who's where I live. I'm not sure who to vote for. Your only options are going to be on that ballot. We structured it that way for you. If you've got only 2 people on your ballot, well, you'll have a yes, no, abstain. If you've got more than 2 people, well, then you got a bit of a race on your hands because each region will have 2 representatives for them. Most of them do have. Will we get an email for the second vote? No, you will not. You're going to stay right where you are the whole way through. So once we get through that first vote for the regional directors, then you're going to get to another page that looks just like the one you're on now. It's going to wait for a pin. And I'm going to give you that pin. We're going to put it across the screen. Okay? So then you put that pin across the screen. That's going to open up the second ballot. You're going to still stay on that same page. No more tabs are going to come up on your computer or on your laptop. You're going to stay on that same page. You put in the second pin. That's where we're going to vote for the board of directors. Once we all get through that vote, then we're going to have a little bit of a presentation from James and from Dennis, and they're going to talk about the bylaws and the policies that we're going to vote on today. And a number of you took in the webinars that they did. So you guys should already be very, very well versed as to what you're voting on. And then there's a 5th ballot of a motion that James is going to explain to us as well. Okay, so our time is up. What number are we at, Bailey?
We are at 333.
333. Okay, so that is our 15 minutes. 333. So, some of you are stuck right here. You haven't put the pin in for that second ballot. Some of you have, and you've already made your choice. Now remember, you're not going to get another email. You're just going to stay on that tab. You're going to stay on that tab exactly where you are. All right. Can I move on to the next ballot then, Bailey? Is it good?
Yeah, it's open.
It's open? Okay. So for those of you who haven't put in the pin yet, let's do that. I can't remember what it is. Thank you. 6421 is the next pin. So just put up the other tab like this. 6421. And then vote. Don't close the browser. Do you see that? I'm pointing at my screen as though you can see that. Don't close the browser, it says. So 6421. Vote. Here is your practice vote. Well, now you've got a few more choices. You've got 5. So select exactly one of 5 options or choose abstain if you don't like any of them. So we're going to go which pet is best, cat, dog, gerbil, goldfish, parrot, or abstain? Well, we've got 2 dogs, so that's going to be the one that I choose. Verify your selection. Again, it's all about that orange button. Now, review. Make sure this is what you want. So review your choices. If you've decided again that you don't like what you picked or you accidentally clicked on the wrong option, just back up. Back yourself right up. Pick something else. I don't really like any of these options, other options. Well, I like cats, but I just don't want one. And so I'm going to stick with dogs. I did make the right decision at the first time. And then I'm going to submit my ballot. And then it thanks me. I'm done. On to my next vote. So we will continue to give you guys some time to get through this one until they are all, till everyone that we know is here has voted. Put it that way. Good stuff. So Bailey, do you see then I wait for you to tell me when they're all in?
Yep.
Okay.
We're getting a few emails from people who closed their browsers.
Oh no. Okay. And if they close their browser, they just go back to their email and click on the link, right?
The one at the very bottom of the email.
At the very bottom. Okay. So if you have accidentally closed your browser, and it's easy to happen, go back to your email over here and go right to the very bottom. If you exit your voting browser, please use the following page to get back to voting. So just click on that right there and you will be back in the game, good to go. Are there any other issues coming up, Bailey, that you want me to just announce to everybody?
I think that's it. And also just maybe remind them that they're not going to get a second email.
Okay, I will remind you guys, you're not going to get a second email. This all happens off of the first one. We're at about 11 minutes to go. How are the second round of votes coming in?
As of right now, we have 210.
Okay, there's 123 of you outstanding. That we are waiting for to choose which pet is your favorite. I'm kind of curious to know how many of you picked parrot. They outlive their owners. You have to put them in the will.
That makes sense.
Yeah. That's why I don't want one. And again, if you do close your browser accidentally, you pop yourself out, just go back to your email, go right to the bottom, and you can get in on that link down there. Your practice vote pin is up on the screen. 6421. And I'm already hearing of a few people that went back in and they got their backup link and they're in and everything is good. So that's perfect. Are we getting any closer to our magic number?
We are at 231.
231. 102 of you. Still need to decide which pet you want. And just as a reminder too, as we're making our way through the day, the results of all of these ballots will be announced at the end of the day. It takes a little bit of time to compile it all. Have the questions slowed down for you now, Bailey?
Yeah, right now, it looks like we've gotten everybody in. Oh, we just got another one.
Oh, okay. Just figured if there was something that came up all the time, I would answer it here and hope people would hear it.
It's just the same. I closed my browser.
Oh. Well, at least everybody's quite consistent. They're all closing their browsers. So again, just pop back into that email, scroll right to the bottom and click on that link at the bottom. That will get you back into the voting process right where you left off. And we're still waiting for about 100 people to cast their ballots. That was the last number anyway. Not sure what it is now.
Right now we're at 251.
251, okay. 82 people. They're still trying to decide what kind of pet they want to have.
So I've gotten some requests to just restate the pin in the meeting.
Okay, yeah, we can do that. That's easily done. And in this case, it's 6421. In this case, it's 6421. Sorry, my phone's blowing up on you.
It's okay.
Okay, I've got one person who is letting us know over here that it says he voted and won't let him go back in. Is that?
That's when they close the browser and they need to go back to their email and click on the link at the very bottom.
Okay, so Lloyd, go back to your email and click on the link at the bottom. Oh my gosh, my tummy's rumbling and I hope you guys cannot hear that. Wow. Link at all right. Let's see if he's got himself back in.
We're at 261 now.
261. So we're slowly got people deciding what kind of pet they want. You guys really take a long time in the pet store.
I'm forwarding one that I don't have on my list, Kathy.
Oh, okay. I shall watch for that. I'll maybe get you, I'll stop sharing my screen for a second. Oh, okay. There's one that has solved the problem, it seems, so that's good. Do you see the one where the problem was solved there, Bailey? I don't want to say the name out loud because I'm on the live stream, but.
I had a few who solved their problems on their own, yes.
Hey! That's awesome. Yeah. Well, this technology is pretty cool. It kind of takes a bit. Here we go. Let's see. Oh. I see, yeah. Okay, so something here that just came up. If you guys have a legal first name in our system, but you go by a more common name, then Election Buddy is not going to know that that's you. So you need to use the legal name that is in our Nation Builder system, or else they're not. They're going to say, nope, they're not on the list, when in fact you are. You just commonly use a different name, because that is what just happened now. And I can understand that because the same thing happens to me. Okay, we're down to 51 seconds, 50 seconds. What are our numbers at now, Bailey?
270.
270, okay. Awesome. Okay, our 15 minutes is up. What are we at now there?
Just one moment. I'm adding that voter that you told me.
Oh, okay. We'll give them a couple of seconds then to do their thing.
Okay, but as of right now, we're at 272.
272, okay. And then there was the one person who just now that you sent the information to?
Yeah, I just sent that person their info.
Okay. So now if we go forward, they kind of get left behind, right? So we need to wait?
Yeah, let's give them a second.
Okay. No problem. No problem. And I see where they live too. It was probably a rural connectivity issue as well. So for the person that just come in, your practice vote pin, once you get to that part, you're first going to choose some ice cream. And then after you choose whether you like vanilla ice cream or not, you'll be taken to a second practice vote. That practice vote is going to need a pin. 6421. Plunk it in there. It'll look like, oh, no, it won't look like that. That's what it'll look like at the end. It'll look like this. You're going to need a pin. Put the pin in, decide what kind of pet you would like to have, and then catch up with the rest of us and we'll get on to the real ballots. Another one?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Let's see where we're at. So we got 275 now.
275 now.
Still waiting for that one guy to join though.
Okay. Well, hopefully they don't take too long. Because we're well past the 15-minute mark here.
Yeah, or we can move forward and they have their access key, they have their password now, they'll have the pin for the next vote,
So they'll be okay to catch up with us?
they should be, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to say the vote 2, 3, 6, 4, 2, 1. I'll just write it down in case, but they'll probably email you anyways.
Yeah.
Imagine. Okay, guys, we're going to go on to the real thing now. Okay. So I will share my screen one more time. Share screen. This one, and then over here. So do not close this browser. This one is going to be, again, for your regional director. Your only options to choose from for regional director are going to be the people who are running for regional director in your region. Now, each region has 2 people. Many of you will only have 2 people on your ballot. And so you can either choose both, or you can abstain from one and choose the other, or you can abstain from both. Those are your options, but that's how this goes. So the pin for that one is, drum roll please, 4761. So I go back here, 4761, and then I'm going to vote and see my ballot comes up and tells me who my candidates are. So I can choose, and then I verify my selection and I carry on from there. Now I'm going to stop sharing because this is the real deal now, and go and make my selections while you guys all do the same. So your pin is 4761 to choose your regional directors. And then it's going to just take you through again, and you'll get to that place where it says you're done. Thank you, your ballot has been registered. Your verification code is a bunch of gobbledygook. And then you go to your next vote, and you wait there for the pin. Again, if you accidentally close your browser, just go back to your email and scroll to the bottom and pop yourself back in. Now, for the one gentleman who was kind of late to the party there, if you need your PIN for that second practice vote, if you didn't write it down, it's 6421 to get through that practice vote with regards to which pet would you like, and that's going to take you to the real vote, which is for your regional director. How are we doing for votes coming in, Bailey?
For the regional directors, we have 207 submitted right now.
207 out of a possible 333. So guys, get hurried up. Can you tell if that one gentleman did get in finally?
He did.
Awesome. And is he past both of the first votes?
I know he got the second one for
Okay,
sure.
excellent.
So.
Excellent. Now, people are probably wondering, sitting here, why are we waiting so long between votes? There was quite a discussion at our last board meeting about people who maybe have language barriers or are not very technically savvy and able to get on here and to do these things. And so some people made a suggestion that giving 15 minutes per vote would maybe help solve that problem. So that's why we've got the 15-minute timer up there. That said, we know that our base is 333. So if all of those people get in and vote and we know that we've got them, we can move on. We don't have to wait. So that's the reasoning behind what's going on here, just so everybody's aware. Especially for those who are pretty good at this stuff and now you're sitting there twiddling your thumbs wondering what you're supposed to do. After this one, we will move on to the general board of directors. There's 20 nominees. You can choose up to 10. One question, I assume we can only vote for a regional director in the region we live in. Yes, that's correct. You get the ballot for the region you are in. But so as we move on to the general board of directors, as I was saying, there's 10 positions open. Right now, there are 20 nominees, and you will have seen some of their videos earlier. Some of them have done a really great job of letting you know who they are online with Facebook and things like that. So that'll be the next one, and it's up to 10, according to the bylaws that we're living under right now. How are we doing for numbers, Bailey?
As of right now, we have 265.
Okay. And again, once you get past this, you'll be back to this page. Oh, I don't think I'm sharing my screen, sorry. Back to the page that says Wild Rose Independence Party of Alberta. Please do not close this browser, so just hang tight.
Kathy, I have a quick question for you.
Okay.
What do we do
Okay, guys, we have moved on from fielding all the emails that I didn't get the email to all of the questions about how to actually place the vote. I'm sorry, I sound like a broken record. I keep repeating myself, but it's because people keep emailing in the same questions. So I will go over some of the more common ones again that have come up. We have got more attendees than we do eligible voters. Yes, we do, because there are people here who just wanted to watch. They knew that they bought their membership too late to qualify to vote, but they still wanted to watch. They're still interested in what we're doing and they're interested in the movement. So that's why they're here in that capacity. Some other questions that have come up. Oh, we've also got the Western Standard hanging out with us today too. So that's great. Welcome to them. And a big thank you to them for supporting us and getting the word out about what the Wild Rose Independence Party is up to. Some people are asking, I assume we can only vote for the regional director in the region we live in. Yep, that's true. Just going through some of the other questions that we've got. Again, if you accidentally close your browser, just pop right back in to your email and then away you go from there. I think we've got everybody caught up now. We'll just let the timer run out. And then we will move on to the next vote. Trying to think of some of the other questions that came up. I think those were pretty much it. How come we've got more people here than voters? And what was the other one? And if you close your browser, how to get that back up. So again, just a quick reminder, we are going to the general vote next, the vote for the general board of directors. You will have 20 nominees on the ballot. You can choose up to 10. So you don't have to choose 10, but you can choose up to 10 of those 20 nominees. There was one other question that did come through asking about, is there any other way to see the videos of these people that are the nominees that were shown earlier, or any other way to kind of find out who they are? No, there isn't. We went out of our way as much as we could to make sure that all of our members had an opportunity to get to know those nominees. There were panelist nights that we had this week. There were 3 of them, and each night had 10 or 11 panelists on there, which was really good. Actually, it went better than I thought it was going to, and the questions that came from the membership were outstanding. So a huge thank you to everybody who participated in that. And then of course online, and then on our website, everybody's bios and pictures who put them in anyways were there as well. So off we go to our next ballot, everybody. We need a pin. What is the pin to the next ballot? 2269. Put that on in there and cast your vote. Put that timer up, please. Again, 2269 is the one for the next. Oh, and if your stream stops, refresh your page. That's happening too. If your stream stops, refresh your page. Internet is not working so well in a lot of places today, by the sounds of it. Okay. So go on in and cast your ballot. And for a little while, I think David will maybe put the elevator music back on while I cast my ballot. Okay, everybody, while we're finishing up the second ballot, we're going to bring in James Albers and Dr. Dennis Modry to talk to you guys about the bylaw document that you're going to be voting on next, as well as the policy document that you're going to be voting on, and our final ballot that is a motion. They're going to explain to you why it's there and what the purpose of it is. These two gentlemen and their whole team, there was quite a crew, spent literally thousands, probably even more thousands of hours on all of this to put it together for you. So hopefully you've taken the time to read it. It's been posted on the website for quite some time. This is the document that you're going to be voting on today. If you'd like to review it afterwards, you're not going to have time now, but if you want to review it after, it'll be posted up there for, I think, forever now. So with that, I'll let you guys take it from here.
Sorry about that. That's the that is the term for 2020 and 2021. You're on mute. So thank you, Kathy. What we are going to do at this point is I'm going to give you a rough overview of the bylaws and the rationale behind the bylaws. And at the end of that, I'm going to move that they be accepted. And Dr. Modry will second it. Then Dr. Modry is going to present the policy document and the rationale that went into that. He's going to move that particular document be accepted, and I will second it. And when that's finished, then we'll go into the last motion, which is for the Leadership Selection Committee. So I wanted to give you an overview about the bylaws. For those of us that worked on it, we did it with a real heart toward two ideas. Number one was our drive to independence, which is clearly laid out at the beginning of the document. And number two, that the character of the party was that it was member driven, that it was member authority that had to be paramount. So every decision with respect to every single policy had to be focused on that. Now, we recognize that political parties are a strange creature in that we are a political party. But at the same time, the operations of the party shouldn't be political. Now, if that sounds a little bit schizophrenic to you, that's kind of intended to be that way. So what the bylaws do is clearly defines the difference between the operations of the party, which is the part that upholds membership authority, and the political wing of the party, which is the leader and the caucus, who are the public face of that party and the public face of the mission that the members have given that party. And so the bylaws clearly define the boundaries between those two ideas. To give you an example, how many people, if you've been involved in politics before, have gone to policy conventions and only to find out that all the policies that got voted on never made it to the light of day, the party never used them, and so on and so forth. We've actually built pieces in, just to give you an example, where members can initiate a policy implementation review, which is the members' way of saying, hey, we spent all this time working on policies and we don't see them anywhere in the party platform. We don't see them anywhere in the public discourse. So we want to know why that is. And so it's an opportunity for the members to hold the political part of the party, the leader and the caucus, accountable for policies that the party is given direction on. So that's just one example. But if you've gone through the document, and thank you, by the way, to the 178 people that showed up to the bylaws discussion that we had last week, or 2 weeks ago, I guess now. It was really informative. But that is, everything that we did in that document was based on that premise. And so without further ado, and I will mention this as well, because these are our bylaws, we are required to have a 75% approval rating in order for these to pass. Now, they will be considered our permanent bylaws, but that does not mean that there won't be subject to change. Should the members decide they want to make changes or revisions, we will be holding a member assembly for that purpose. And at that point, we'll definitely be entertaining any member suggestions for revision. So with that in mind, I'd like to move that the members at this AGM accept these bylaws as our permanent bylaws. And Dennis, if you could second that.
I'm happy to second that, James.
Perfect. All right, Dennis, take it away.
So just a little bit of history. I touched on this a little bit earlier, but prior to the merger of the Wexit Alberta Society or group, several thousand members, and the FCP, I had become a member of the Wexit Alberta side of the equation. Knowing that this merger was taking place a couple of weeks prior to the merger, sort of in mid-June, I started drafting what I thought would be a start for the board to use with respect to a policy and governance document, and evaluated the Wild Rose, the previous Wild Rose policy and governance material, similar UCP, FCP, Independence Party of Alberta, the Alberta Advantage Party, and also Leslyn Lewis's. So it was to my surprise that I actually became the VP of Policy and Governance at our first board meeting. But nevertheless, that is what happened. And the group of individuals that worked with me on this just devoted literally thousands and thousands of man hours to put this together. Now, what I want people to understand is that in defining what the policies would look like in a new independent sovereign nation, this was a novel approach. No other party has done this. But it became evident to me that it's very difficult, even though this is a membership-driven party, it became evident to me that it would be very difficult for any one person or small group of people in a short period of time to come up with a slate of policies. And so with the board's approval, we worked on drafting the policy and governance document. And as I said, we spent a lot of time doing it with the purpose of getting to a point where we could post the material online on our website so that the membership could look and see, what does this party stand for? And if you recall from the website, the founding principle, the very first one, Alberta will be strong, free, and sovereign. That was the underpinning principle of the 4 principles on the website. So I hope that most of you have read it. We already know that there has been communication with us with some really good suggestions to modify and strengthen the policies, and that is what we want. So I am particularly looking forward to our first policy conference that I expect we'll have this spring, subject to the wishes of the new board. And I'm excited to see what the membership can add to the policy material that we have there right now. But I want to emphasize seriously that what is posted represents the backbone of what the party stands for. And if you agree with that, then I would hope that you would support it, subject to, of course, modification at the policy conference, as I mentioned, and every subsequent policy conference after that. So with that little bit of a background, I would like to move that the membership support the policy and governance document as posted, subject to future modification.
And I second that.
Thank you, James. So we go to the vote now? Kath?
Under the pin, it should be live.
Okay, we need a pin for the policy vote, please, David.
Is it a separate vote, Kathy, for the bylaws and policy?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. 9325. And a quick reminder, guys, you've got to work your way the whole way through the voting process right to the end. You can't just kind of stop halfway until you get to that page that it asks for your next pin. Just so everybody knows. So this is for the policy vote. 9325 is your pin. Everybody start now. So remember, you verify your selection. If you change your mind, you can always go back. But once you've hit submit, there is no going back. So you verify, and then you submit. And this one shouldn't take any time at all. It's just one yes or no. Yeah, David, that's a good idea. We'll play you guys some elevator music again for a little bit while you're getting your votes in. And we're back live again to now talk about the next vote that's going to come up. While we finish up this one, I think actually this one's almost done. It sounds like almost everybody is complete, but there is still just under 6 minutes to go. So with that, gentlemen, this is your wheelhouse, so I'll let you take it from here.
Thank you very much, Kathy. So I think the bylaws will be the next vote, just so we're all on the same page. But we do want to introduce one last motion, which again is consistent with our mandate for accountability and membership authority in the party. In our current bylaws and in the new bylaws, we have a section that refers to the fact that at every AGM, the members will call for a vote on whether they want a leadership review. Because this is our first AGM, we don't need to do that. But what we are going to ask the members to do is to move the formation of a leadership selection committee that will be established through the auspices of our board, and report back to the membership no later than 1 month from the date of this AGM on the dates and outline for a leadership race, because that's our next big step. So again, this is something that we've included so that members always have the final say. And I'd like to move that on behalf of the members that we strike the formation of a leadership selection committee and have them report back to us no later than 1 month from today.
And I'm happy to second that motion, James.
Thank you very much, Dr. Modry. So the next vote that comes up will be on the bylaws, and then right after that will be the vote on this particular motion.
Okay, you guys, this one is over. We're on to the bylaws. So the next pin is going to go up. Your bylaw pin for that vote is 3547. It is going to be up the whole entire 15 minutes. So if you have forgotten what it is, or you're just getting back from a bio break or whatever the case may be, just look on your screen and the pin will be there. 3547, the timer is going, and we will get this second, what are we on now? Fourth vote in, with one more to go after this. So we'll see you guys in a few minutes. Okay, everybody, we are back with one final ballot to go. This is the last one. James and Dennis have already spoken to it. It's on the floor. The motion is on the floor for you guys to vote on. This is to do with the Leadership Selection Committee. And so right shortly, in half a minute, this ballot is going to close. And then the next one is going to open. And that is the last and final one. From there, we worked right through lunch, typical. So we will go right to our speeches. We've got two speeches to finish off the day with. Then we're going to hear from Mr. Modry, and then of course from our interim leader, Paul Hinman. And then we are going to find out the results of the votes, which are all being tabulated right now as we speak. So with that, David, I will get you to put up the final pin while Election Buddy closes the last vote for us. So the pin for this one, moved by the members present at the AGM that a Leadership Selection Committee be formed and report back to the membership no later than 1 month from the date of this AGM on the dates and outline for a leadership race. Pin number 1542. Let's start the clock, 15 minutes. This is the final one, folks. And then all the hard work and heavy lifting is done. We can move on to hearing a couple more speeches before we call it a day. Everybody, I just want to remind you that the pin is on the screen, so you don't need to email them at wicca@electionbuddy.com. The pin is still on the screen for you. 1542. Well, everybody, that wraps up all of the voting. The ballots are in. Everything is being calculated behind the scenes. A massive thanks to the folks at Election Buddy for helping us through that process and being so available and so amazing to work with. If you are ever looking for a company to do that for you, this has been a great experience. I mean, other than I got a little frustrated with the 15-minute thing, but that's just me. So yeah, all the ballots are cast, the votes are in, they're being tabulated. We can move on to the fun part of the meeting, which is our last two speakers. And from there, I'm going to pass this right on back over to Rick to introduce our next speaker now.
Oh, hi, welcome back, everybody. Thanks for the voting. Thank you so much, Kathy, for all your hard work. Our next speaker that we have lined up is, I believe, Dennis Modry, Dr. Dennis Modry. So without further ado, Dennis, you have the floor.
Well, thank you very much, Rick, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you for both your attendance and your patience. To quote the famous actress Elizabeth Taylor to her 8th husband, "I won't keep you long." Now, in thinking about what I would say today to both entertain you and inform you of some things that you may or may not know, I asked Kathy, what did she want me to talk about? And she said to entertain you. So I decided that what I would do then is take your mind a little bit off politics. And I'm going to start off with some comments about heart transplantation, then politics, and then COVID-19. So I'm going to link the three of them. So I know what you're thinking about. How's it going to do that? So the first and the third subjects I know something about. Politics, not so much. So let's go to the year 1905. Well, you know what happened in 1905. Alberta was born, but something else happened. In 1905, Alexis Carroll and Charles Guthrie performed the first heart transplant on a dog, which was kind of a remarkable feat at the time because they accomplished what was deemed impossible by the medical community. Simply, there was no heart-lung support device to keep the dog alive during the procedure. So how did they do it? Well, they simply connected the donor heart adjacent to the native heart and sequentially connected some parts and disconnected others so that eventually the transplanted heart took over the function of the native heart. And although a number of medical scientists duplicated the feat over the next 45 years, it became evident that this was not really a reliable technique to use in humans. However, a new device was developed in 1953 by John Gibbon, and that was the heart-lung machine. Primitive then, very sophisticated now, and is used routinely in performing cardiac surgery of many types. So after Dr. Gibbon's momentous development in 1953, the race was on to perform the first successful cardiac transplant in a human. And that honor occurred in 1964 to James Hardy, who in Jackson, Mississippi, transplanted a chimpanzee heart into a patient dying from end-stage heart disease. The patient survived 90 minutes before dying in the operating room because the heart was relatively undersized and could not support the circulatory requirements of the larger human. 3 years later, and many of you will remember this, the world was astounded when Dr. Christian Barnard, after performing 22 heart transplants in dogs, none of which survived, he performed the first successful human-to-human heart transplant at Groote Schuur Hospital in Cape Town, South Africa on December 3, 1967. The recipient was 53-year-old Louis Washkansky. Unfortunately, he survived for only 18 days before dying from infection due to being over-immunosuppressed. But 2 days after Mr. Washkansky died, Dr. Barnard performed his second transplant in a dentist by the name of Philip Bleiberg. And some of you might remember this. He survived for nearly 2 years. Now, interestingly, Dr. Barnard was feted around the world for his marvelous accomplishment. He was written up in numerous publications, honored by the Queen. He lectured around the world, and his second patient was hounded by the media. And this stimulated many international centers to try their hand at heart transplantation. But within 2 years, all centers stopped as patients were dying like flies from infection and rejection. And the medical community at that time really didn't have a good handle on how to control the immune system to prevent rejection without causing infection. Meanwhile, Dr. Barnard was still held in the highest pantheon of the giants at the time, but was vigorously vilified by the United States medical community. So you got to ask, why did that happen? Well, it turns out that prior to Dr. Barnard developing even an interest in cardiac transplantation, he heard that Dr. Norman Shumway and Richard Lauer at Stanford University Medical Center had been conducting experiments on cardiac transplantation. Dr. Barnard learned that Dr. Shumway's team had perfected the surgical technique, the method to prevent rejection, diagnose rejection, as well as how to treat it. But that science had not yet been tested in human heart transplant recipients. So Dr. Barnard took that knowledge to perform his first cardiac transplant. Only 33 days later, on January 5th, 1968, at Stanford Medical Center in Palo Alto, California, Dr. Shumway and his team performed the first successful human transplant in the United States. So the reason why Dr. Barnard was vilified by the US medical community was simple. He benefited from the background development work done at Stanford, which he didn't contribute to, did not fully understand the immunological and infectious considerations, and was perceived as having stolen Stanford intellectual property for his own personal gain and fame. Can you think of a country that is the poster child for stealing US and Western intellectual property? You probably can. It seems to be interfering with Canada's functioning as well. One very interesting side note to Dr. Shumway's first transplant is that the regional coroner hated Dr. Shumway and the Stanford cardiac surgical team. I think it was a jealousy thing, that the Shumway's team was getting all this publicity. But nevertheless, he arranged for Dr. Shumway and his team to be charged with murder for removing the heart from the donor. You see, at that time, it was the prosecution's contention that death occurred simultaneous with the cessation of the heartbeat. So the defense countered brilliantly. They presented to the court, can you think of it? They presented to the court the beating heart. But of course, the heart was beating in the recipient. Therefore, there could be no murder, and the Stanford team won the case. So why this case was important is that it led to the development of brain death legislation still in use today. For myself, from 1981 to 84, along with training in immunology, I was the chief resident in cardiac surgery and transplantation at Stanford University Medical Center, after which I returned to Edmonton and started Western Canada's first heart and lung transplant program in July 1985. And for most of the next 30 years, I directed both the transplant program as well as the cardiovascular intensive care unit. So you might say I'm pretty familiar with immunology and infectious disease, which leads to COVID-19, which I'm going to touch on later. So many people have asked me, what's it like to do a heart transplant, particularly the very first one? Well, when I was at Stanford, the very first one that I did of the 23 that I did while I was there, this was the feeling doing the very first one. So you take that cold heart of the donor that's been specifically cooled and protected, and you implant it into the recipient, make the connections, and as that heart comes to life, it gives life. So that's kind of the metaphorical sense that I had. Of course, after a number of transplants, it becomes a routine circumstance, but you can think about a heart giving life in this context. Well, how does this all link to politics? Well, since September 1, 1905, the beating heart of Alberta has primarily served the economic and natural resource requirements of central Canada, thanks to the entrepreneurial spirit and work ethic of Albertans. So strong has this work ethic and heartbeat been that prior to 1980, a momentous shift was occurring in Canada. Alberta was becoming an economic powerhouse and a threat to central Canada as the economic capital of Canada. All of the major banks were planning to move their head offices to Calgary, and one did. A massive demographic shift was also occurring, with people and businesses moving from elsewhere in Canada and around the world. At the same time, prior to 1980, another momentous event was taking place. Quebec was preparing for its referendum on secession from Canada. Now, no matter what you think of Pierre Elliott Trudeau, and I truly was never a fan, or Marc Lalonde, Trudeau's finance minister, along with stimulation from Bay Street and Montreal, they came up with a truly brilliant plan to prevent Alberta from ever again threatening Laurentian Canada or Central Canada as the economic center of power again, and to keep Quebec from seceding. And I know you know what that plan was. It was the National Energy Policy. They outsmarted Premier Lougheed. Metaphorically, that was an attack on the beating heart of Alberta, not unlike a real heart attack causing irregularity and decreased pumping power or death. The economy, as you know, severely contracted. People and businesses went bankrupt or left the province, as well as investment capital. Many people became destitute. And for many, their beating heart stopped cold. But then something miraculous happened. Over the next 25 years, the barely beating heart of Alberta started to beat stronger and faster, despite the NEP. That entrepreneurial can-do spirit of Albertans fired up that beating heart. And when Ralph Klein left office in 2006, Alberta had a AAA bond rating and $33 billion in net assets. And the beating heart of Alberta was beating strong again, and investment capital was returning to Alberta. It's important for Albertans to understand the real message of the National Energy Policy. It wasn't simply to take money out of Alberta. It is this, and listen carefully. It was because Central Canada will never again permit Alberta to threaten their hold on economic power or demographic voting power, which is why representation by population or a Triple-E Senate will never occur, and is why the Constitution will never change. In fact, the hurdles to change the Constitution are virtually impossible to overcome. Now, to cement Pierre Elliott Trudeau's legacy, you can now understand why his son, you might call him Kindergarten Trudeau, has announced the phasing out of the Alberta hydrocarbon industry so that Alberta can never, ever rise up and challenge Central Canada again as the economic center of power. Trudeau knows that Alberta's oil resource, which is at least the third largest oil resource in the world, could fuel North America's energy requirements for the next 1,000 years. He knows that if Alberta continues to develop and expand oil extraction, it will be just a matter of time before Alberta once again threatens Central Canada for dominance. And here's a piece of evidence to think about, that Trudeau's attack on Alberta is truly aimed at cementing power forever in Central Canada. He is not stopping the tankers from Saudi Arabia or Azerbaijan or elsewhere from docking on the east coast of Canada or at the refineries up the St. Lawrence River in Montreal. Think about it, folks. He knows that the world will need oil and gas for centuries to come, but it's okay to shutter Alberta's oil and gas industry in favor of foreign sources. By eliminating Alberta's oil and gas industry, he accomplishes three goals. One, to prevent Alberta from ever again threatening Central Canada for economic power, which cements his father's legacy. Two, to virtue signal to the world his misguided stance on CO2 emissions. And three, to keep Alberta subservient to Central Canada in perpetuity, as was planned for when Alberta joined Canada in 1905. Of course, Trudeau has also turned his kindergarten mind to the environmental green lobby championed by the World Economic Forum, the United Nations, the Paris Climate Accord, and the Marxist plan of the Great Reset. He wants Canada to be the first post-national country, subservient to the dictates of the UN. He's supposed to represent Canadians, not the United Nations. He obviously agrees with the socialist agenda that the real purpose of the environmental movement is to redistribute wealth from those that create it to those who don't. Trudeau and all Marxists, as well as those who advocate for the elimination of fossil fuels, exhibit the dogmatic certainty of complete ignorance every time they speak. Let me repeat that. Trudeau and all Marxists, as well as those who advocate for the elimination of fossil fuels, exhibit the dogmatic certainty of complete ignorance every time they speak. They just don't understand. Don't you find it interesting that even Patrick Moore, who co-founded Greenpeace has done a 180 and now supports the responsible development and transport of our natural resources? And what about Michael Moore's recent documentary, Planet of the Humans, which illustrates the hypocrisy of the environmental movement, for which even he has now been vilified by the environmentalists for pointing out the fallacies of ending oil and gas? For those of your friends and acquaintances who feel that it is imperative to end the oil and gas industry, are you listening? Ask them if they know how many products derive from hydrocarbons. Most people are ill-informed and think maybe 5 to 10 products. They really can't think past gas and diesel fumes in the context of transportation or energy for home heating and cooling. Well, the reality, folks, is that there's over 6,000 products that emanate from a barrel of oil. Did you all know that? Look it up online. 45% of that barrel of oil is used for transportation and energy. Ask those who wish to end oil and gas if there is any redeeming value to CO2, especially because so many only think of CO2 as the cause of global warming. They don't think of CO2 as plant food and the reason why plant growth is booming around the world. Wouldn't it be great if we could ask plants what they think about this? Plant life is the carbon sump for the world. I don't have time to get into the fallacies of global warming except to say that none of the over 100 dire predictions over the last 70 years have come true, not one. Ask those who wish to end oil and gas what they can do without. Take away their cell phone, their contact lenses, makeup, nail polish, pantyhose, all kinds of clothing. How about solar panels, bicycle tires, medications such as aspirin, cortisone, antiseptics, and anesthetics? Boy, that would be a great one, having surgery with no anesthetics. Heart valves, contact lenses, artificial limbs, toothpaste, refrigerators. This is just a microcosm list, folks, of the over 6,000 products that derive from oil and gas used in our modern society. What about satellites in the International Space Station? Without fuel derived from the oil and gas industry, they wouldn't exist. And it's said by the scientists that the Earth is eventually going to burn up in the sun in several billion years. I hate to be a downer about that, but that's the physicist view of the universe. Stephen Hawking, the brilliant astrophysicist, paralyzed by amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, has said, "The salvation of mankind is in conquering space." Well, now, I don't want anybody to get off side on this. He's referring to humans in the flesh, not the spiritual sense. In other words, he wasn't referring to the spiritual, rather he was referring to the perpetuation of human life on other planets billions of years into the future. Chances are we might not be alive then. So do those misinformed socialist Marxist folks really want to hold back human ingenuity and take us back to the Neanderthal era when products derived from the hydrocarbon industry didn't exist? Doesn't it make you wonder what is being taught in school these days? I repeat, the dogmatic certainty of complete ignorance. It's so frustrating. Okay, now that we know that Kindergarten Trudeau and Central Canada's end game is to eliminate Alberta's oil and gas industry by 2050, and the real target is 2030, which will achieve their primary goal of preventing Alberta from ever again challenging Central Canada for economic supremacy, what are we as Albertans prepared to do about it? What does history tell us? Well, history tells us that no Canadian federal government has ever protected Alberta's interests or ensured Alberta's future prosperity, because it was never constitutionally mandated. And no Alberta provincial government has ever been able to either. Not that they haven't tried. And since we will never be able to change the Canadian Constitution to protect Alberta's interests, what can we therefore confidently predict about Alberta's future based on both history and Trudeau's stated plans for Alberta? The trajectory to stop Alberta's beating heart is clear. If we don't do something different, the beating heart of Alberta will all but stop, or at best beat slowly and weakly. I will get to that something different in a minute. There's something different that we can do. But first, a couple of thoughts about COVID-19. So how did COVID-19 affect the beating heart of Alberta? I think many of you already know, and many of you have probably experienced it. How many more people have died from suicide and the inability to access healthcare? Well, we now know that many more hearts stopped from the lockdowns than from COVID-19. Hang on a sec. From COVID-19. How many businesses have been shuttered permanently or have left the province? Look at our massive unemployment. How much more domestic violence and crime has occurred because people are frustrated or desperate? What will be the ultimate impact on all who have not been able to access in-person education, sports, and social interaction, especially on our children? Let me pose this question. Do you value your freedoms and right to self-determination? Do you value freedom of thought, belief, conscience, religion, speech, and assembly? Do you feel that your freedoms and rights have been abrogated by the COVID-19 restrictions, for which we now know have caused more harm than COVID-19 itself? Ladies and gentlemen, we've learned much over the past several months. Perhaps the most important is the knowledge that lockdowns have stopped more beating hearts than COVID-19, which should have compelled Mr. Kenney and his government to end them. During my career as a physician and cardiac surgeon, I embraced the important tenet of the Hippocratic Oath, first do no harm, as all of my physician and surgeon colleagues embraced. The restrictions imposed by the Alberta and federal governments caused harm to Albertans and other Canadians. We saw that harm in the spring of 2020, and so did our current one-term premier. He apologized for the harm that his government caused, but then he did it again in December. He didn't learn anything. Jason Kenney and his government could have employed a focused approach, as I suggested to him in the open letter to the Premier that I sent to him on December the 11th, 2020. But he was unwilling to reevaluate the government's approach based on new information that arose in November and the early part of December, including the Barrington Declaration, which was published on October the 4th. He could have prevented more stopped hearts from COVID-19 and stopped hearts from the lockdowns if he had looked at the latest science. You have to be careful who you trust these days. What does all of this mean? We are now seeing more and more physicians and nurses finding the courage to speak out against the COVID-19 restrictions, as more and more evidence proves the harm from the lockdowns vastly exceeds the harm from COVID-19, and that lives could have been saved using different therapeutic strategies. For example, many physicians have been beating the drum to permit the use of hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, which the NIH have now recently approved for therapy in the case of hydroxychloroquine several weeks ago and ivermectin just a few days ago. In the fullness of time, as more Albertans begin to understand the unnecessary, injurious, and fatal consequences of the imposed restrictions, there will be a reckoning for Mr. Kenney's government. And I dare say that reckoning will also occur elsewhere around the world by people who are willing to stand up for themselves and for their rights, and for those who cannot, to reassert their freedoms and rights. As for each of us Albertans, we must simply adapt and learn to accommodate to COVID-19 as we did every previous year with seasonal influenza. We've learned a lot. We must all take personal responsibility for our health and take actions that are in each of our best interests, including vaccination if one is so inclined, which may well be of benefit if one is COVID-19 negative. Folks, just understand both the benefit and the potential risks before you expose yourself. Healthcare, like all freedoms, must and should always remain an informed choice, not a government directive. So what do we do now? Where do we go from here? Well, you all know Wildrose Independence Party's founding principles, but I'm going to repeat them because it leads to where we're going next. The 4 points: Alberta will be strong and free and sovereign. Alberta will gather unto itself all power to uphold independence. Alberta will create the Constitution of Alberta. This is Albertans will do that. and Alberta will hold a referendum on independence, and Albertans will decide the future. So you probably are asking, so how will Wildrose make that happen? Well, you'll be pleased to know that the algorithm for Alberta sovereignty has now been drafted. In other words, the strategic plan to go from where we are now to form government and to then hold a successful referendum on removing from Alberta the shackles of confederation and creating the new sovereign independent nation of Alberta, untethered to Canada. We, including all of you, will inform and educate, inspire and engage all Albertans on the rationale for independence, the merits of independence, how we'll make it happen, and how we will assuage the concerns of those who worry about independence, as well as the concerns of the international business and finance community. And a good way for each of you to help us spread the message is to advise your friends and acquaintances to go to the Wildrose website at wildrose.party. And remember, if you're advocating for independence, don't get off message. The new Wildrose board will be tasked to hold a policy conference within the next few months, as well as a permanent leadership nomination, campaign, convention, and selection, as you have heard earlier today. Concomitantly, Wildrose aims to set up all 87 constituency associations within the next 6 to 8 months, along with 100 to 150,000 new members. And we are targeting 500 to 700,000 members by the time of the 2023 election. While this may seem impossibly ambitious, remember that it takes just as much effort to think big as it does to think small. But it does take a lot of effort to make things happen. And think about this, folks, we're not alone. As I said earlier today, many in the West know that Canada is broken and Humpty Dumpty can't be put back together again. This is why we have the Maverick Party representing Western interests. Vote for them in the next federal election. We also have the rise of the Buffalo Party in Saskatchewan, which did phenomenally well in the provincial election after only being in existence for a few months. Albertans in particular, and Westerners in general, are angry and are prepared to think of a new paradigm for both Alberta and all of Western Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, don't dwell in the past. Their frustrations will be documented in the Declaration of Independence as the rationale for Alberta to chart a new path without being shackled to Confederation. Work with us to develop a new inspirational constitution for the new independent sovereign nation of Alberta. Help us build out the 87 constituency associations and help us to inspire 500,000 or more members to hop on the Wildrose independence train. In closing, let's together fire up that beating heart of Alberta. And let me end this presentation with a quote from Ronald Reagan to be applied to the 2023 provincial election. We win, they lose. Thank you all for your attention.
Wow, thank you very much, Dennis. We're already getting requests to have that speech posted online, so it looks like it's very well received by our members. So we're glad to have you here today. I think the next thing on the agenda is we're going to go to Paul Hinman's speech if he's ready. So I'd like to introduce to you the interim leader of the Wildrose Independence Party of Alberta, Mr. Paul Hinman.
Well, wow, I don't know that I am ready. I thought they were going to announce the results of that exciting election and then we would wrap up, but okay. Well, first of all, I just really want to thank everyone personally who's attended this AGM. I want to thank our members that aren't here with us today for buying memberships and helping us get where we are today. It's really exciting for me, and I just can't help but think when you've been in dire situations and you finally see a light, how exciting that is. And I want to share a little story that I've done a fair amount of scuba diving in my life, and I really enjoy it. There's just something about being weightless in the water and having that total comfort of breathing air and feeling just totally free and independent. But I was down in the Cayman Islands, and I was told by some individual people that, oh, you got to go to the north side of the island and dive at night. And there's a little boat launch that's been carved out of the rocks and they said the name of the restaurant that you go to, you park there and you walk out. And so we went there, and it was a windy night, and the wind was coming in from the north, and the waves were coming in about 5 feet high and just crashing in. And partner says, well, there's just no way we can get in there. But there was a steel ladder that was attached to that wall that you could climb down. And so when you got down in there, you went to the bottom 5 feet under the water, it was calm enough that you could swim out, and out we went. And it was at nighttime. And so we got down and we swam out about 100 yards. We resurfaced, we looked at our compasses, looked where we were, and took a look at the shoreline. And it was amazing to me. There was only one light. I couldn't see anything else in the darkness, just one light at that boat launch. And says, well, that'll be good. When we come up, we'll just be able to spot that light, and back we'll go. And so down we went, and we started enjoying the dive. And because we were kind of right up there on the northwest tip, we obviously went east, and going along 15-20 minutes, and thought, well, you know, we want to be extra safe. It's nighttime. We'll turn around and we'll head back. And anyways, we thought, well, let's just jump up and surface so we know exactly where we are and where we're heading, and we'll take, you know, we'll get our compass and we'll get our direction so we know what we need to do, because we were about 500 yards out from the shore. So we pop up, and the waves are still kind of rough, but we looked up and down the shoreline. We looked at our compasses again for north-south. We couldn't see anything. It was blackout, and there was no lights, and one kind of felt hopeless. And we knew all along that north shore that if we were to try and land and climb out, we couldn't. There's only one place out, and that was with that light, and where they'd carved out of the rocks, and they had a steel ladder that we could climb up. So we thought, well, we're pretty sure, you know, we've gone east. And so we turned our compass 180 degrees, and we went back down, and we started to swim. And immediately we realized that, wow, the current was stronger than we were. And so we'd been drifting for 20 minutes away from the island and out to the east. And long story short, it was all that we could do. And we got up on the surface for a while and had to swim into the wind to preserve our oxygen so we could get out. But it was a long time, and we probably swam on the surface for a half hour, and realizing we were making very little headway. But finally we got to that point where we saw the light, and we were so elated and grateful that, wow, that's where we got to go. So we went back down, and we were able to swim over and get out. But the reason I wanted to share that story is because there's too many Albertans right now that light has gone out, and it's heartbreaking. I had a grandmother call me yesterday. She runs a small business. She was shut down. She's the guardian of her 2 grandchildren, and she announced to the people in her small town that she was going to open up for business. And she had the RCMP and Alberta Health Services show up at her house, and she was told that if you open up that business, we're going to change the locks. We're going to arrest you, and we will be coming and picking up your children and taking them into custody, and you won't be able to get them back very easily. And it's just absolutely heartbreaking, the number of stories that I have heard from Albertans and the way they're being treated. We all saw the video of Ocean Wiesblick and the way he was treated for skating on an open rink with his friends. And I've gone to several rallies and spoke at them. And again, it's just unbelievable to me. I would have never, ever believed, if you were to ask me a year ago, that we were going to have a police state where we can't go out and make a living and our livelihood because the government's going to say it's too dangerous to be out there. I just personally can't believe the situation we're in. And that's why I'm so grateful for each and every one of you that realize this and have joined our party. People talk about splitting the vote. There is no vote to split if you're a freedom fighter, if you're a lover of self-respect, and you're a believer in the individual freedoms, the property, and the right to make a living, the right for freedom of association, the right for freedom of speech, the right for freedom of assembly. These things have all been stripped away in a draconian way. We've had nothing but fear-mongering from our province, from our health officials, and from our premier, from the World Health Organization. It's just incredible to me to see the propaganda that has come out there and the fear-mongering over this COVID-19. It was even more interesting to me that after Biden was sworn in a few days ago, how all of a sudden there's different announcements coming out. The World Health Organization says, you know what, the PCR test is too high. We need to lower it. And all of a sudden they're changing their tune. They just announced in the States that, yeah, we're going to allow a drug that's been permitted forever, for 60 years, it's been safe, to actually use it, when they've been begging for months. The doctors, the College of Physicians have been on side with the government and the health officials with draconian measures on allowing professionals to do what they need to do. But anyways, like I say, I just can't say how inspired I am with the Albertans that I have met since I've come on board here. The board of directors have just been incredible. The amount of hard work and the effort that they've been putting in is amazing. And again, as Trudeau and as our premier and our health officials continue to put the squeeze on us, there's more and more Albertans every day realizing that we have no other choice. Our only hope is the Wild Rose Independence Party of Alberta. And they realize that they're going to have a hard fight. It reminds me of another story. I've got a friend that's wanted to climb Mount Robson, the highest mountain in the area down here. But like all high mountains, the weather's very unpredictable. A few years ago, finally, after her third attempt, she made it up, but her husband wasn't able to make it. Got altitude sickness and didn't make it. This challenge that we have before us, this mountain that we have to climb for freedom, for sovereignty, it's not an easy one. We're going to have to work hard, but it's the best one. It's the only one, in my opinion, if we want a future for our children and our grandchildren. That's why I'm in it. That's why many people on the board. We got some young people on the board, and it's about their children. Between my wife and I, we have 17 grandchildren that are just wonderful individuals that deserve the opportunity to go out and enjoy life, to have their freedoms, and to be able to assemble, to worship the way they feel that is appropriate for them, and to make a living and not have the government shut them down. This is a big, audacious goal. It's one that many people will laugh and scorn and say, oh, it can't be done, but it can be. Don't know how many of you are familiar with me and my political history, but it's not the first time I've been so upset with the government that I decided to run. Back in 2004, I ran for the first time, upset with the mad cow disease and the way it was handled. I was upset with the oligopolization of the electrical industry and what it was doing to our business, and felt that we needed to have a different opportunity. Was 3% in the polls, was running in a riding that had been conservative the entire history of Alberta, and says that nobody could beat them. Well, we won. Second time was in Calgary Glenmore, and we just merged the parties. I'd stepped down as leader of the Wild Rose Alliance Party. Danielle Smith was, well, actually the leadership race was on, and she asked me because Ron Stevens stepped down in Calgary Glenmore, and it's amazing how life stories coincide with others. But I grew up and I was living in Haysboro again after I'd stepped down and was starting a business venture there. And Danielle says, well, we need you to run, Paul. We need someone who's credible. And I said, well, Danielle, I really don't want to get back into politics. She says, oh, you don't need to worry, Paul. You can't win. We were at 3% in the polls. Well, we won that riding, and you saw where Wild Rose got to before they got tempted with glitter and fame and being part of government, and oh, join us and together we'll rule and do better for the province. And Albertans were deeply disappointed in that move, and not one of those floor crossers got reelected. We understand why. But long story short, we went through 4 years of pain of the NDP. And again, when I was in the House and the NDP were there, I brought forward legislation for recall. And I continue to say today, if we really care about the future for our children and grandchildren, if we really care that we want a government that's accountable, we need to have recall. It's been brought forward into the legislature 3-4 times in the last 15 years. It's been rejected every time. Wild Rose Independence Party, that if I am the fortunate leader, that will be one of the first bills that will pass, and then we'll have a referendum on it, so it's sealed by the people. I was in the House when Premier Stelmach rescinded Premier Klein's balanced budget legislation. Only Premier Klein would have given us a referendum to actually secure that balanced budget legislation. I don't think we'd be in the situation that we are today. It's one of the great follies of government is that our Constitution doesn't constrain government the way it needs to. They don't have to balance a budget. They can buy votes with our children and grandchildren's money, and they're very, very adept at it. They dangle that out there, and people buy into it. But so anyways, it's a huge problem, but there is a light, and that light is the Wild Rose Independence Party. And I'm grateful for those that are helping to support it and get along. But you know, it was just a year and a half ago that Jason formed government, and so many of us were so excited thinking, wow, we're going to get back on track, that there's hope here. But we quickly have found out that Jason has betrayed us. His promises for jobs, pipelines, and standing up to Ottawa have just been a complete failure. I've shared this before, but you know, TC Energy applied for the Nova Gas transmission expansion line here in Alberta about 3-4 years ago. The new Canadian energy regulator gave it the go-ahead on the 21st or the 19th of February last year. It's coming up, you know, 1 year in another month that the Canadian energy regulator says, yep, you've met all the conditions, environmentally, everything else you've done, your consultations, you've got the go-ahead. What happened? It was hijacked by cabinet, who with their new bill, they get to give a final political approval. It's not the rule of law anymore. It's political decisions at the end. And they didn't release it. They're supposed to make that decision in 30 days, in 90 days. And on the 19th of May this spring, that pipeline should have gone ahead. It was a $1.4 billion pipeline, desperately needed here in Alberta, 5,500 jobs. And then there's the domino effect from that was all taken away from us. And it wasn't until the 19th of October that Justin finally came out, and I have to say I was surprised, and he gave the approval to go ahead. But what Albertans don't really understand, and Jason didn't state it very well, was that, wow, they've added 5 more conditions onto that pipeline. 2 of those are open-ended conditions. And what Jason says, we're thrilled. We're thrilled that we get to build this pipeline, and we'll help TC Energy meet those new requirements, those new conditions, those political conditions that have come from Ottawa. This is unacceptable. He should have on the 20th of February said, we've got the go ahead and we're going to build that pipeline. It was in our own jurisdiction, our own province. They had no business being there, and Jason failed to get a pipeline. He failed to get the jobs, and he certainly failed to stand up to Ottawa. I absolutely agree with Lloyd Snellgrove, who spoke this morning, that we should be cutting off, we should be phoning Ottawa, and we should be phoning DC and saying, you have 24 hours to rescind your presidential order and get Keystone back online, or the Alliance pipeline is being shut down. It's cold out there right now. This is our only opportunity to bargain. And to sit there and say we don't agree is unacceptable. If they don't want fossil fuels, shut the tap off. I would rather Alberta suffer for 2 more weeks or 2 months or whatever and not get that revenue than to let them limp through winter using our natural gas, and then we're shut down for how long? It's appalling. The deja vu here just drives me crazy that in 2008, I was actually excited when Obama canceled XL Keystone for the first time. I thought, wow, we got a Western Premier in there, a Western Prime Minister in there. He's from Calgary. He knows how critical this is. Our Constitution absolutely says, what can we do? It's in the national interest of Canada. And instead, they limped along from 2008 to 2015 and never got the Northern Gateway pipeline built. That should have been built by them. We should have had access to Tidewater, and our previous government and current governments has failed us. It's disgusting. It's almost criminal in my mind what they've done to us and what they continue to do to us. And we have no province that's going to, no provincial leader, and we certainly have no federal leader that's going to stand up for us. And that's why we need to have our own government, our own country, to stand up for ourselves, where we could actually retaliate with something that is necessary for them. But anyways, it's upsetting to me, and I just think that we need to gather our troops. We need to talk to Albertans. We need to build our memberships. We need to stand on the principles of freedom and justice for every individual. We need to earn the respect of Albertans. Let them know that they can trust us. We'll be accountable through recall. We'll actually allow for citizens' initiative referendums that are binding on the government, and not just look at them like a poll and say, well, it's nice that you've done that. But the Wild Rose message will not simply be to criticize the government. We'll present a constitution that not only will ensure Alberta to be the best place in the world to live and work and raise a family, but a place where we'll be masters of our own house. Yes, we'll need to take all of the steps to be independent. And that kind of reminds me of another little story I wanted to share with you. Not a story, it's actually a Hollywood movie. And so often Hollywood seems to dictate and people follow that. But Julia Roberts starred in Sleeping with the Enemy. Quite a story. It's heart-wrenching to see what this individual went through and the fear that she was under. But she prepared for 2 years. She learned how to swim. She learned everything that she needed to do in order to get away from that individual that was oppressing her and basically holding her hostage. And it's the same for Alberta. There's many Albertans that are very fearful and think, well, like, how could we survive on our own? We don't have, any Tidewater. And so what the Wild Rose is showing and proposing is the things that we need to do in order to put our house in order. There's two things, like I say, that Jason should have done. One, he should have tell them you got 24 hours or we're shutting down the gas lines. And number two, he should put Ottawa on notice that we're creating the Alberta Revenue Agency, and we'll be collecting every tax dollar that every Albertan pays right here in Alberta for Albertans. We'll be the ones who decide where that money needs to be spent and where it's most advantageous for Albertans. We need to do that. We need to put a police force in place under a new, and again, the Honorable Lloyd Snellgrove talked about this, our justice system. Currently, we have a legal system, a system with loopholes that allows criminals to just go in and throw out the revolving door, and they're back out in the street often before the officers are finished with the paperwork. It's a joke. We need the victim to be protected and the perpetrator to be held accountable. It's just wrong to think that the victim is the biggest, is re-victimized because of our legal system. We can actually put more people out in rural Alberta. I could go on with several stories, just sad stories of rural Albertans that can't protect their property from these thieves that come out. And again, that's for another day. But so we need to take control of our revenue agency. We need to take control of our justice system with our own police force. We need to get our own pension plan. And again, the fear mongering that's going on out there is amazing. But the fact of the matter is that Albertans send $2 or $3 billion more down to the Canada Pension Plan than Alberta seniors receive back. We would immediately be in a plus position and be able to start building an actual pension fund, much like Quebec has, or the Ontario Teachers Association. And that's what we need here for Albertans. We could reduce the premiums for the workers, and we could enhance the premiums for our seniors, which is just a positive thing. We need to have our own environmental act. It's so critical that we have, I just want to say, I don't know, Laurentian elites is too nice of a word for these hypocrites who jet set around the world and hold big meetings and have huge houses and burn more carbon fuels than many multiple families, and yet they preach and tell us that, oh, you can't and shouldn't have that. It's bad. It's hurting the economy. It's hurting the world environment. And again, when you read the scientific information, boy, oh boy, you need to take and give your head a shake and ask, what are we trying to do here? We're just attacking humanity. And again, Patrick Moore from Greenpeace just has some incredible information and videos to watch. Michael Moore, as Dr. Moldry pointed out, that when people actually do look at the facts and read them, we realize that, wow, that this computer modeling that has been used for the climate is kindergarten stuff compared to the computer modeling that they used for COVID and in the fear tactics to basically oppress the people and to take away their freedoms. And so we need those things. We need an immigration policy that's going to work for Albertans and Alberta businesses and their families. But all of these things are unique things that the current governments do not offer and will not offer. And so when you talk about splitting the vote, it's just not true. What we're going to offer is a future for Albertans where Alberta makes those decisions. We're not going to turn over those decisions to Ottawa or to Paris. We'll make them here. And that's really the question. Do you want an opportunity to be free and to be able to make a living and to develop our resources in a responsible environmental way? Or do we want Ottawa to shut us down and Paris to vilify us and our industry and our workers? And to me, it's just a no-brainer. We need to do this if we're going to pass it forward to our children and grandchildren with an opportunity. There's just so many things that we can and we need to do. Can take care of our premiers, our seniors, and again, the Alberta Employment Insurance Program. It's just unbelievable when you look at the numbers and that you realize that Alberta workers are subsidizing every other jurisdiction so that they don't have to pay as much as what we do in order for them to have their employment insurance. I guess I want to share one other story that when I was sitting in the legislature, and I actually sat to the left of Rachel Notley and Brian Mason, if you can believe that. And that's really something I always used to say, well, you guys are further right than me. And we laugh about that a little bit. But I remember one time we were debating the budget and they'd brought forward the budget that they were estimating the barrel of oil at $85 a barrel. And Rachel and Brian were just scathing mad at them and said that they were ripping off Albertans, billions of dollars because the price of oil was going to go to 95. And anyways, long story short, because it's quite an interesting one, the long discussion that we had after Rachel sat down, I said, Rachel, you don't seem to understand that we just can't go raise the wages of our nurses and our teachers and our firemen and our policemen because you think the price of oil is going to go up. But even worse, we can't go and hire a bunch more. We actually need to balance our budget. This is critical and important. And she turned around and just spewed it out to me, and he says, Hinman, what's the matter with you? Don't you know that nurses and doctors and firemen, they all pay wage, they all pay taxes, they contribute to our society. And this is a major problem on the socialists versus the conservative or the economist that understands the importance of balancing a budget. Albertans pay income tax to Alberta. Corporations pay income tax to Alberta. Alberta gathers those income taxes, and then we hire our civil servants and our bureaucrats and our frontline workers, which we're grateful to have. But what they don't seem to understand, and where the government needs to stop and say, we can't be doing this. If we're paying a teacher or a nurse $100,000 a year from what we call producers of wealth versus consumers of wealth, out of that $100,000, which is all come from taxpayers' money, all of a sudden another 30 or 35,000 of that is retaxed and sent back out to Ottawa. And so when we actually increase the number of teachers, nurses, senior caregivers, policemen, all of critical frontline services that we need and appreciate, we're taxing Albertans more. And Alberta a long time ago should have shut down the tap and say, look, those individuals are going to pay their taxes back to Alberta and that money stays here. We can't be sending taxpayers' taxes a second time out to Ottawa and then trying to balance our budget. We send billions of dollars out there, 40 to 50 billions of dollars, and we don't have a lot to show for it. We support the military. We support intelligence. All of those things we're very excited and willing to do. But we can't be sending out billions of dollars and then, as Premier Kenny's been doing, requesting $6 billion back in order just to meet his operational costs and being told, well, there's only $700 million. Bottom line, it's unacceptable. Alberta's got a stranglehold on our economy, on our industry, on our livelihood. And if we don't have a provincial government that's going to stand up and keep those taxes here and to be able to fight to export our oil and gas and our beef and our other products, we're not going to be have province for much longer. And we actually will see that the equalization payments will stop, because we'll be a have-not province. And I can guarantee you that the Constitution will change then, because they will not send money to Alberta because they've crippled our economy and our future. But I just want to talk a little bit about that plan and what's so critical and what we need to do. We need to grow our membership. So excited how many phone calls I get every day of individuals who want to start a CA. We don't have a constituency association over here. What do I got to do to get it going? We tell them to go to the website, wildrose.party, and they get on there. And we got awesome people on the board that are helping out and getting that done. But that's the critical thing that needs to be done, is we need to get our 87 CAs up and operating, and then we need those boots on the ground. We need to talk to our friends, we need to talk to our co-workers, our family, and people that we run into and say, you know what, that beacon of light, that hope, where we're going to get out of this dark economy where we're spending more money than we're making, is there with the Wild Rose Independence Party. They're going to get control of our taxes. They're going to be there. Go to our website. You know, as Dr. Moldry pointed out, there's been thousands of hours go into there. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. And we are quite excited. Dennis and I have talked to a few individuals that have pointed out some better ideas, and we're looking forward to our first policy convention to enhance what we've started with today. But we can do that. But by growing the CAs and growing our membership, that's the solution. The media, mainstream media, is brutal on us. I met with Danielle Smith back in December, and she told me of her decision that she was going to be stepping down because of the censorship. She says, Paul, I can't speak on the things that we should and need to be talking about. I just can't carry on with this. And I was just sick about it. I said, well, what are we going to do? And she says, well, I don't know, but I can't do it in Main Street media. And she announced, a couple of weeks ago that she was stepping down, a very important conservative voice that we're losing on the Main Street media. And that's going to be hard to replace. And so what we need to get that connectivity amongst our members. They need to be going to our website. We still have a problem, and it was evident again this morning that when we try to send out our email, Gmail especially likes to put our emails in the trash. You need to go into your contacts and you need to put in there contact@wildrose.party so that it comes into your inbox. And it's something that we're going to work hard on going forward here to get that contact with each and every member that we have, and for other people to join in on our conversations. It could be us just as easy as not that gets removed off of Twitter and Facebook here in a week or in a month or 3 months. We have to have an alternative plan on how we're going to communicate. So we need your cell numbers, we need your emails, and you need to have ours in your contact. But building that membership, that's really what it's all going to be about. When I've been successful in the past, it's been out going and door knocking for 6 months, talking to people, sharing the ideas, saying we're going to be accountable, and then showing them our plan on how we're going to balance the budget, how we're going to fix our health care. I mean, that's another issue that would take a whole day that we can talk about. And Dr. Moldry's written, a 64-page algorithm for healthcare and what we need to do. But bottom line, this global funding that's going to hospital and central government making all the decisions doesn't work. Especially during this COVID area, different hospitals, they're not under strain. Some are. We saw early on, when there's an outbreak down in Brooks and High River, those were the areas to focus and isolate, and they got those under control. But this blanket central government shut everybody down, except for a few jet setters that knew that, look, it's not that serious and we can go, but we're not accountable, so we get to go. And I, again, totally disgusted that Jason who was so adamant about floor crossers and says they couldn't do it because people vote for the party that they want representing them in the House, and that some person shouldn't be able to cross the floor. Well, he just kicked out Lesser Slave Lake's representative and said that he can't be part of government caucus anymore, and he penalizes the people from Lesser Slave Lake, but yet he won't allow them to actually fire them through recall, which is something else that our premier promised and is miserably failed on that accountability. But anyways, we need to build our memberships. We need to get those donations coming in. I don't think most people realize that just $15 a month from every one of our members, we would develop a war chest that would be incredibly valuable on getting our message out, whether it's billboards and pamphlets, ads in the newspapers. We need to increase our revenue. We're grateful for those who have donated, and we wouldn't want anybody to jeopardize that's struggling in these tough times to be making a donation. But if you can afford 50 cents a day, $15 a month, it would make a huge difference. Two things that will make all the difference on where we are in 6 months from now. One is if we can get those donations, but more important, if every member can just find one more person to buy a membership every month for 6 months, we would be in a position to win the election in 6 months. You know that doubling effect. It's not that hard to go out and find one person. And so that's what I'm encouraging you to do, to go find one person once a month. And like I say, maybe you have to talk to 3 or 4 at the start, where we need to get some brochures that are printed and on the website that you can print off or that we can send to you to be able to talk to people. But it's about building our membership, doubling it every month for 6 months. We'll be ready for them. But in closing, I'm humbled at the situation that we're in. The devastation that so many Albertans are being put through right now, but it's just exciting to me with the work and the foundation that we have here, the Wild Rose Independence Party, and what we offer to Albertans. Are there naysayers? Absolutely, there's going to be a bunch of naysayers, but don't let them stand in your way. Be like those 2 shoe salesmen who land for the first time in a tropical island, and they get off and they look around, and the one person realizes and says, oh man, there's not a single person who has shoes on their feet here, and he turns around and jumps back on the boat. The other guy comes off and he takes those shoes from the other guy and takes them on and says, I can't believe this. Every person on this island needs a pair of shoes. Well, for me, every Albertan needs their freedoms protected. Every Albertans need a job that's protected. Every Albertan needs the freedom to associate and assemble and freedom of thought. That these personal attacks, these business attacks, that if you're not following the narrative are unacceptable, and we need to stand up for our neighbors. We need to stand there quickly and sharply. This grandmother desperately needed people to come to her rescue to open her business, and they haven't. She's in a desperate situation. I'll be talking with her again on Monday, but it's just wrong. It's just wrong what this government is doing to people's life. And as our own honorable member, then Dr. Dennis Modry has said, this government is doing more harm to the people and businesses of Alberta than the virus. And that's shameful and it's unacceptable. I'm just, like I say, so excited with the opportunity that we have here, so excited to see our membership growing and the enthusiasm that's there and what we can do to help. I'm looking forward to it, looking forward to see the meeting the new board, and as we work hard and got our ears to the ground wanting to hear what we need to do. But I just can't thank you enough, and may God bless each and every one of us that will be successful in this battle for freedom. But with that, I'll turn it back over to Rick, I guess. I'm not sure, but it's just great to be here, and thanks so much to each and every one of you.
Well, thank you very much, Paul. That was a great speech. Liked your references to your time in the legislature. That's valuable experience. So I think we're going to move to the results. I think David Strong has got the results from Nation Builder, and he's done them up in a way that we can present them. So, is that right, David? Oh, here we go. So 98% yes, the bylaws have been accepted as our permanent constitution, so we can finally take the interim tag off that. That did require 75% in favor, so thank you very much for that. That really helps us going forward. Policy. 99% yes, 1% no. Well, kudos to Dennis Modry and the Policy and Governance Committee for coming up with a document that most of our members liked. That required 50%, and obviously we got that. So we can take the interim tag off that as well. Thank you very much. Leadership motion, 97% in favor. So the first order of business for the new Board of Governors will be to strike a leadership selection committee, which will then handle all the details of our leadership vote to be held later this year. The committee itself will determine the parameters for that. So thank you very much for that. North Region, I think we had an acclamation. So Michael Visser and Paul Gullickson are elected or acclaimed as regional directors for the North Region. So congratulations to you two gentlemen. Edmonton Region, I believe that was also only two people running. So Gesharon and Sunny are both back on the board as regional directors for Edmonton. Congratulations to you two. AB Central, this one was contested. So Wes Caldwell and Shane Walper are the new, well, Wes is returning and Shane Walper is new to the board. So congratulations to both of you for your, you're up for a year of hard work, but congratulations. So, Calgary Region, I believe we only had two. Susanna is back as regional director, and Robert Patterson, who is on our board as a province-wide director, has now moved to the regional director's position for Calgary. Well, thank you very much, you two, for putting your names forward. And again, lots of work in the future. AB South was contested. We have Kelly Williamson and Bob LaFlurgy. Bob LaFlurgy is returning as regional director, and Kelly Williamson is new to the board. So congratulations to you two gentlemen, and I look forward to working with you in the next year. Well, if I make it back on. And the big one, the general results. Rob Anders. I don't have the voting totals here in front of me, but it looks like Rob got enough votes to make it on to be one of the 10. Todd Brown, our CFO and Chief Firearms Officer guy. Congratulations, Todd. Kathy Flett, our CFO, has made it back onto the board. Congratulations. James Gorensrud is elected to the board as for the first time. Congratulations. Gordon Janke, another doctor on the board. That's going to be excellent. Look forward to meeting you again. Chad Miller, VP of Membership, has been reelected to the board. Congratulations, Chad. Again, another year's worth of hard work ahead of you. Paul Mitchell, who was acting as our VP of Communications, has been reelected to the board. Congratulations, Paul. Dr. Dennis Modry, VP Policy and Governance, reelected to the board. Congratulations, Paul, or Dennis, sorry. Oh, Rick Northey, myself, has been reelected to the board. Thank you for everybody who voted for. Nadine Wellwood, also another returning board member. She came over from the PPA. Congratulations, Nadine. Oh, I guess that's our 10. So I guess we have some closing words. Obviously, there's some things that went right and some things that didn't go right. I think the new board is going to have to strike a committee to look into the AGM and evaluate the things that happened and give us some feedback and take some input from the members on how to proceed going forward. So the only other item of business is to say that the new board will convene a Zoom meeting and will select the officers. So the 10 regional directors and the 10 board members will choose the officers that will represent the party for the next term. So with that, our business here is concluded. Thank you for everybody who participated, and please stay involved with the party, get involved with your local CAs, keep arguing and keep fighting for your positions, try to get that magical 15% that means your ideas will be adopted, and I look forward to meeting you all at the next convention. That's it.